Alrighty. Let me let everyone know I'm live. What's good? What's good? What's good? Everyone joining the stream. Let me let Instagram know I'm live. How's everybody doing? Everyone going live. Paste. All right. Just let everyone know that I am going live. We're going to hop on and set everything up on YouTube real quick, and then we will be going over and getting the debates going. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? We're going to be on for around four and a half hours or so. That's probably how long I'll be on today. Dean seemingly was on for like 4.5 hours today. Good for him. Good for him. You'll get an extra long Dean live. That must have been great. I'm guessing it went well. How's everybody doing though? What's up, everyone joining in? I'm just adding in the what's it called? Pinned comment. Support me. Boom. All right, let's pinned comment that real quick. What's up, everyone joining in? Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic day so far. Okay, we just set up everything on the stream. If you're on YouTube, how's everybody doing today? Make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen, everyone, to help get it out to more people. And send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've just listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
April 5th.
Birth year.
2007.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Well, at the time I couldn't vote, but if I could, it would be Trump.
Okay, why so?
First off, do you think Trump is a Christian?
Honestly, if I were to, I don't know, if I were to gamble, I would say no. To be honest.
Okay. Why is that?
One, he couldn't tell us what his favorite verse was. Two, he said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Three, everything he does is antithetical to like literally the 10 commandments in of itself and the 2 commandments that Jesus gives you in the New Testament. Appreciate you're amazing. Thank you. I mean, Jesus does not say, art thou take tax cuts or give tax cuts to billionaires by taking taxes from the low and middle class. Like, that's not what the Bible says.
Well, okay, I would agree he is not a Christian if you would agree that people a part of the LGBTQ community are not Christian.
I think that's ridiculous.
All right, why is that?
I think that's ridiculous because it is the case that you could say that everyone, quote unquote, sins, but there's a difference between specifically sinning and then people claiming to repent after, and then specifically not doing so in terms of Donald Trump and saying that you've never asked God for forgiveness on any of the sins you've ever committed. Not to say you have to be perfect on asking God for forgiveness, but you have to do it at least once, right? You have to at least do it with some of the things that you do wrong, right?
I guess I see what you're saying. Well,
and also, by the way, I just want to clarify. I don't think the Bible says that it's wrong to be gay, right? Or wrong to be trans. Nope.
Okay, well, I could probably pull the verse real quick.
Really? Because you won't be able to find anywhere that it says being gay in of itself is a sin. You won't be able to find anywhere that says that.
Well, not that specifically.
Okay, well, you said the LGBTQ plus community. You said everyone within the community. So you're saying specifically people who are gay and trans, that they specifically would not be allowed to be Christians, even if they weren't engaging in any actions. Just for existing. That's what you were saying, that they couldn't be a Christian. So that seems like very, very much contradictory to the position that you seemingly are holding now.
Okay, Leviticus 20:13. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination.
One, I could dispute translation here, but I'm going to say, can you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46?
Okay, repeat that.
Can you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46? And let me know if you hold to that ethical law.
Okay, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property.
Oh, do you hold by that moral law? Is that the moral? Because that's within Leviticus, the same book that you just cited. So you must accept that as moral law, correct?
Well, you have to give the context to that.
Oh, really? So did you provide context for the prior verse? Why do you need context
Uh,
for one but not the other?
okay, well, the first verse, the context to that is like God created us with purpose, create us in His image,
Do you
and
know
our
what
purpose is to
Do you know what
reproduce.
Leviticus is about, actually?
Not. I mean, a little bit.
How about this? Do you know what the Levitical law is? Okay, so these are prescriptions, moral laws, right? That God, right, is prescribing, right?
Yep.
Okay. If they're moral laws that God is prescribing under your worldview, then are you saying that these are
Yep.
perfect laws? Laws that allow for people to own others as enslaved individuals? Enslaved people? That's crazy.
But what's the context?
Well, I don't. What context justifies that? I don't think any context justifies that. So why are you asking for the context? Are you saying in some context slavery is justifiable? What?
Mm, you gotta look at the context, basically.
Really? Tell me what context slavery is justifiable.
I don't know. You gotta look at the context, see what it says.
How about this? I don't think in any context slavery is justified. Okay? So then can you tell me, do you think that slavery in any context is justified?
Hmm. But what is the context?
No, I just ask you the question. Do you think slavery in any context is justified?
I don't think slavery is right.
So in every context, slavery is wrong, correct?
Hmm. It's debatable.
First thinking lights. Wow, the fact that you can't answer that it's obviously wrong in every context is
Wait, we just got.
ridiculous.
All right, let's figure out the context.
What? Well, how is that debatable? How are you? You're saying that it's debatable that slavery is wrong. That's what you just said. What do you mean that's
That's not what I
debatable?
said.
What the fuck do you mean?
Okay,
That's
now you're
exactly
taking
what you
me
just
out of
said.
context.
Wait, what
Oh
do you
my
mean? Wait, I'm
gosh.
sorry. You just cited Leviticus, right? I showed you another moral prescription within Leviticus, and I said, do you hold to that moral prescription? And clearly you don't, right? You think that slavery is always wrong, correct?
Okay, well, this verse you're taking me out of context, so I know that you're gonna be taking this verse out of context. So,
I'm not taking you out of context.
hmm.
I'm not taking you out of context. I'm not taking the Bible out of context. It seems like you do need to read your own Bible, by the way.
I definitely do. I'm definitely not perfect with it.
That's
But
fine. That's fine. But like the point that
but
I'm saying is that this is so morally absurd that you shouldn't hold to that text as
okay,
your
I'll
moral prescriptions for reality, right?
hmm.
Hello?
Hello? Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah, I just said hello. Are you thinking or
Yeah, I'm still here.
okay?
I'm just yeah.
Okay. So anything else you got to say? Like, why do you support Donald Trump? Because, I mean, it's probably not because he's upholding Christian ideals. Or actually, how about this? Could you tell me a Christian ideal that Donald Trump is upholding greater than Kamala Harris, to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
No, I never said that he was. I was just saying that if you don't think Trump is a Christian for not upholding the what the Bible says,
No, no, it's not
then
just like what the Bible
also
says. It's that he doesn't even repent. I said if I
yeah,
were to
I
lean
know.
toward, by the way,
Yeah.
I said I don't know, and I said if I were to lean towards one, I would say that he's not, because I think that he's grifting and he's a pathological liar, and that he's using Christianity in order to be able to influence people, and he probably doesn't even believe in it.
Well, then you would have to be consistent. LGBTQ, they're
Well,
not
I'm sorry. Like you
pushing
can't
either.
prescribe anything about the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community, right? Especially when we're talking about Trump as a pathological liar here, right? And the types of influences he has. He has an influence to lie about his specific religion because of the level of influence that that can give him as a presidential candidate. Most people within reality are not presidential candidates. I don't know how that would even be a comparable point.
You got a good point.
Okay. So do you have any like Christian ideals that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent, or you want to tell me why you support Donald Trump in any way? Because it seems like it's not Christianity.
Another one would be the trade policy.
Okay. What trade policy?
How he reformed the government. He wants to trade.
Okay. Can you tell me what trade policy?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
You want me to list it?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just America first.
Okay.
Focus
What
on
America
protecting the
first
U.S.
policy?
Yeah,
What America first policy?
I'm not typing.
You were.
I'm joking.
What
Uh,
what what America first policy?
Dude, you know what I'm talking about.
Actually, I don't know what you're talking about, and that's why I'm asking you because I don't think you know what you're talking about, and I don't think you know a single policy. And I think right now you're just trying to
I
bide time so
do.
you can try to
Oh
find
my
something that tells you what a
gosh.
policy would be, so you could say it on to me on the live. Are you pulling up AI as we currently speak?
No, I
You're
don't even know
trying to
what AI
sign
is.
in because you weren't signed in.
Come on. You and Dean do the same thing.
I don't use AI, dude. What are you talking about? I have
No,
notes. I have notes. I wrote
you
down
and
America
Dean
first is
both
what you
just
said.
take people out of context
I didn't
non-stop.
take anyone out of context, bro. Yeah, I didn't take you out of context. I don't know why you're getting so mad, bro.
I'm not mad.
I know America First is one of your slogans, like "Dro Baby Dro," but could you tell me any policy associated with it that like he
Do you
actually
not agree with
influenced to get
that?
passed?
Like tariffs, pressures to new agreements.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Uh, yeah, just taxing people on other countries from producing products.
Okay, a tax on imported goods. Who pays that tax?
Probably the buyers.
The American importing business that's importing the product, and they pass it down to the
Hmm.
consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. So you know that's going to be a tax on you. That's going to be a tax on
Yeah, I
the
do.
low and middle class to a greater extent disproportionately because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So what you're doing is you're shifting the tax burden from rich Americans disproportionately who are currently paying the taxes right now through income tax to tariffs, which is going to be disproportionately lower and middle income individuals. So
Well,
Donald
then,
Trump
which is gonna
literally
do
ran
what?
on taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, and you're saying that you support that as economic policy?
I do.
Wait, by the way,
Because now
do you
you're
make over four
forcing
hundred thousand
Americans
dollars
to
a
buy
year?
more American products and
Do
not
you
buy, stop
real
making
domestic
America so reliant
manufacturing
on other countries.
real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. So how's that gone?
Uh, yeah, it's pretty tricky because it's not even completely Trump's fault. It's more of like the economy.
It's not Trump's fault, really, because it was massively increasing under Biden. So what about the economy caused this?
Mm. Well, do you believe that the president has full control over everything?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
I never said I never said it's 100%. I just said that it is the case that it wouldn't have happened otherwise if because of Trump, right? If not for Trump, I meant.
yeah.
So, like, if the tariffs were never implemented, right, we'd have better real GDP growth. We would have better conditions for inflation and being able to reduce interest rates. We'd have better conditions in the labor force and the job market for
Okay,
increasing
what are
the
you
amount
basing
of
that off
jobs.
of?
Basing that off of how tariffs impact the economy and what the trends are since Trump has
I know,
imposed
but how could you say how
Liberation Day
would
tariffs. You can look at the effect on unemployment, inflation, real GDP growth since the implementation of tariffs.
I guess you could.
Yeah. So what's your
So
so you understand that we can use information and evidence to indicate things to be true based upon the different types of things that Donald Trump has done? I'm not just saying it happened under the administration. I'm not a Trump supporter who's claiming that just because inflation went up under the Biden Harris administration, it was caused by the Biden Harris administration. I'm saying the specific economic policy, such as tariffs, relies on increasing the cost of consumer goods coming from countries around the world to incentivize you to buy American made goods, which still inevitably increases the prices for goods overall. And American made goods are also going to go up in price as well,
yes,
right? Because they
that's true.
rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world. So if you make domestic manufacturing more expensive in the United States, that also disincentivizes you to manufacture in the United States.
Well, he also opened up the pipelines,
What pipeline?
the oil.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which pipeline?
All of them. They were trying to close them. Trump opened them back up.
Which ones were they trying to close?
The one in Europe.
The one in which one in
Like, I
Europe?
don't know. I
So
just
so so,
all
so
I know
why
is
so he opened one in Europe. How's that America first? For him to
yeah,
open up
dude. I
a
don't.
pipeline in Europe.
Dude,
How
you're
does
good
it?
at this.
Maybe you're just really bad at this. Actually, have you
Um,
considered that for a
I'm not
second?
getting pushed. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not getting pushed right now. But he did open up pipelines. You can't deny that. And he did
Which pipeline are you talking about?
reduce.
The Keystone XL pipeline?
I don't know for sure.
He didn't open
Maybe.
that up, and that was Canadian-owned oil that would
Yeah.
be sent to the United States that Trump imposed a tariff on. By the way,
Okay. Well, I guess I don't know what I'm talking about completely, but all I
no, you
know
know
is
that.
he. Okay. I'm not getting pushed right now, but gas prices have gone down, have they not?
Nope, gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office. Dude, that's brutal, man. Can you tell me like one thing you do know about Donald Trump that that you support him because
He's
of?
banning abortion.
So you want abortion to be illegal?
Um, to a certain extent.
Okay. Why do you want abortion to be illegal?
You think it's right to like murder kids?
I don't think it's murder, and I don't think that they're kids.
What are they?
Zygotes and embryos?
Okay, well, so you think like a maybe like a 20-week-year-old embryo or whatever you call it would
Fetus.
be viable?
20-week
Fetus, yeah.
fetus, yeah, it could have sentience, yeah.
And it has consciousness and a heartbeat. You still think that should be
Well,
aborted
I
or
think it's valuable around 20 through 24 weeks, which is very close to the point of viability,
yeah.
where it is the case that you can induce labor.
So you think after what week it should be illegal?
Well, we're talking about under the current Roe versus Wade, it was after viability that it would specifically be left up to the states. So I support Roe versus Wade being codified into law. Now, from a
So you think at
moral,
any point
what's that?
it's okay?
No, I think it's okay anytime prior to sentience.
Okay, can you explain that more?
Subjective experience. Do you know what sentience is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so sentience means like subjective experience. You know, you're currently experiencing the world right now. Yeah,
So
that's what
you're
I
saying
value.
at
I don't
any
just
point.
value human cellular life. We value human sentience.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like
So you're saying at any
do
point.
you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Uh, yeah, probably.
Yes. So you think that people who have done that are murderers and they should go to
Oh wait,
prison?
no. Never mind.
No, you
I
don't,
didn't
right?
really
So
get
just
what you're
because
saying,
so
but
we value sentient human life. That's what we value, right? That's the
yes, but
idea of personhood.
a baby in the womb has brainwaves and a heartbeat.
after the point of sentience. And brainwaves aren't specifically just it's the specific brainwaves required to produce a subjective experience.
Hmm.
And also a
Debatable.
heartbeat. Who gives a shit about a heartbeat? Heartbeat's not what you would consider like a basis for moral value.
Oh, really?
No, no,
Holy.
no.
A baby with a heartbeat? You don't care?
Wait,
Oh
no,
my gosh.
it's not a baby. You mean like at 12 weeks? You think at 12 weeks it's considerably valuable?
A little human being. So, I mean, a little human
It's
being is.
what do you mean by human being?
So, what species is a fetus?
Well, it's obviously of the human species.
Well, then it
It's a
is a
human
little human
fetus.
being.
No, no, it doesn't.
Hmm.
Because I think that human being and personhood are tied, and I think that happens at the point of sentience.
I guess.
And if you're going to say that heartbeat is the point in which it becomes alive, well, that's not
Wouldn't
true.
say that.
Biologists indicate that life begins at conception. So
Yeah, that's true.
what's morally unique about there being a like a heartbeat that gives it moral value?
Uh, it's a part of the human species. It's a human being.
Well, it's a human life and a human being under your worldview at conception, right? Because it's a human
Yes,
living
it
organism.
is.
Okay, then at conception, it's a little human being. Do you think that zygotes are valuable?
Or is that a human?
Well, it's a human life at conception, a single cell organism.
Uh, dude, that's not like like a full human life.
Well, it is a human life. A single cell organism at conception after fertilization. It's a life.
I don't get what you're trying to prove.
Okay, if you don't know what a
You're,
zygote
you're just
is, you
trying, you're just
probably need
trying
to
to
do
trip me
more
up.
research.
It's still,
Okay, if you don't know what a zygote is, you probably need to do more research before you want to take away the rights from people to be able to have autonomy over their own bodies.
all
I'm
you're
serious.
doing is trying to.
You don't even know what a zygote is? Come on, I'm serious. So a single cell organism at conception, it's a life under your worldview. Under biologists' worldview, it's like a cellular life, right? If you consider that valuable, would it be wrong for me to slap a zygote and to murder it under your worldview? It wouldn't be murder under mine. I think it's a single cell organism. I don't give a shit. Should I, if I were to kill it, would I go to prison
Well,
under your view?
you're talking about a different thing. Like, why are you even bringing this up?
I'm sorry. You obviously know that zygotes aren't valuable. I can give you other analogies too, right? You know that zygotes aren't valuable. So what's uniquely valuable about it prior to the point of subjective experience?
Um, probably. I think. Yeah, all abortions are wrong. I think. Just complete. Yeah, just there's no debating it. All
So I
abortions are
slap a
wrong.
zygote. Is that
Dude,
murder
who
before I go
cares
to
if you
prison?
slap a zygote? What are you talking about?
Well, that would be murder under your view. I just killed a human life. I killed a little human being
Who
under your worldview.
cares?
Who cares?
Dude, who?
Who cares?
No.
Okay, who cares about
Dude,
abortion?
oh my gosh!
Then why do you care about abortion?
Because it's human life,
Well, so is a zygote.
bro.
Yeah,
Are you
and
kidding me?
you didn't care about me slapping zygotes.
Dude, who even cares?
Yeah, who cares?
It's
Exactly.
you're talking
So
about
then why do
something
you
completely off topic.
so
Like,
then why do you think that like people who are pregnant should be restricted in their access to abortion from a legal perspective?
mm, do you think all humans should have rights?
I think that all people should have rights. Yes.
People, as in humans.
Yeah, people are human.
All all humans should have rights.
I said all people should have rights. Absolutely. I mean, do you
Dude,
think? Well, I have a question. Under your worldview, do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
uh, it, it's tricky.
But they're cellularly alive.
Well, then no.
What do you mean? Well, then the ability to know of something, right, in the way in which we are using the term is predicated off of the subjective experience that you have, right?
Mm, yeah. No. I would say no.
So it's not murder, but they're cellularly alive. So again, you don't base the value of personhood, right, and the rights for people off of just cellular human life, right? The rights
You
for
do though.
people are
You
based
do.
upon subjective experiences.
No, that's not true.
That's true.
So you think if I don't have any experiences, I
If you,
don't matter?
well, I'm not saying you don't matter. I'm just saying it'd be your family's choice on whether or not they would like to keep you
Oh my
on
gosh.
medical services and whether or
That
not
is
specifically if you're
brutal.
brain dead, it's medically dead. You're medically dead to doctors.
That is brutal.
What do you mean?
Oh my.
Wait. I'm sorry. Do you think families should be legally required by the law to keep brain dead individuals in their family on life support until they
Dude, it
decompose?
is not that hard to not get pregnant.
What does this have to do with
Like
getting
what?
pregnant? What the fuck does this have to do with getting pregnant?
You want you want people to be able to murder their child. Like if you're gonna murder your child, then don't get pregnant at this
You're
point.
obviously pivoting. And did you think I was murdering the zygote when I slapped it?
Dude. What does that have to do with anything?
It's a cellular human organism, right? That's living. Under your view, that would be murder. If I slap a zygote, under your view, that's murder, and I should go to prison, right? But
Who
obviously, like you
cares?
have the intuition that's not murder, and you don't give a shit, and that tells us that you specifically don't just care about human cellular life. I could slap a million zygotes, and you wouldn't give a fuck.
Okay, but are you just going around killing little human beings?
I'm
And
a
all human
zygote.
beings get along.
I am a zygote killer. I don't think that they're human beings, but under some pro lifers' views, they do. I think that's absurd.
But like, who even cares?
You, because you brought it up as a topic to say that people should have restricted access to abortion from a legal perspective, and you're voting for
They
Donald Trump
should.
because of that.
Yeah, it's
So then,
a
do you want to justify your position, or do you want to back down from it and admit you were wrong?
nope.
Nope
I ain't
isn't an
backing down.
answer.
I ain't backing down. I'm not getting pushed, bro.
Okay, well, so then, do you want to give me an argument?
Yeah, I think
Well,
abortion's wrong, and it's
that
because it is a human species, and you're
it's a human species.
yes,
It's cellularly alive. We already had this conversation. Okay. At conception, it's cellular life. Okay.
yes.
If someone slaps a zygote, should they go to prison?
Come on, bro. You
Actually, how
this
about
doesn't
this?
have to do
You're
with
in a burning building and you can either save two zygotes or one newborn baby. Which would you rather save? A newborn baby from the burning building or the two zygotes?
Oh my gosh, this argument is perfect. You should kill your baby. This makes perfect sense.
Do you want to respond, bro? You obviously don't have a response. Answer the question. This is obviously like
Dude,
it's a
this question
hypothetical.
doesn't make
It's a
any sense. Why
hypothetical.
does that have to do with
I'll
anything?
tell you. I'll tell you the point of the question. The point of the question is to get to see how you value things. Do you value a zygote the same as you value a newborn baby? And this hypothetical demonstrates very clearly that you value the newborn baby more than you value the zygotes. Way more.
Yeah, that is
So,
true.
which would you rather save, the newborn baby from the burning building or the two zygotes?
A newborn.
Okay, exactly. So, would you rather save one human being or two human beings from a burning building?
Them all.
No, if you could either save one human being or two human beings, given that they're all
Two.
equivalent, would you rather specifically save one or two?
Two. I'm
Okay.
getting all I can get.
Okay, so again, so if you consider zygotes human beings, well then wouldn't it be the case that you would pick the two zygotes over the one newborn baby under your
Okay,
perspective?
but like in what instance is a mother dying with having a kid? Like,
What do you do? What type of relevance was that? Are you trolling? Like
no.
seriously, like you're just bringing up things that have zero relevance to what we were just talking about.
Okay, well keep going.
Nah.
What what do you mean?
Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Jamie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Angela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Brooklyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Sam, I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. That is horrible. That is absolutely horrible. Of course. Thank you so much, Sam. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me thank some people on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person for some debates. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're on my girlfriend's account right now. We should get my second account back for tomorrow. So that's one thing. But yeah, let me check the YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Kayla, thank you for the $5 for the Zygote slapping fund. Thank you so much. Libby, thank you for the $20 for the serial Zygote murderer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Omar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that is something we could bring up. I doubt they would accept it, though. Carolina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Jalissa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Maxley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And CF, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you, CF. Alex, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
What's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
February.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Big Trump.
Okay, why?
Because he's a good guy and he sends billions to Israel.
They're definitely trolling. They're definitely trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Nicole, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Cecilia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Mary with the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mary. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? London, I'll have to look. I haven't seen that. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. Yo, what's up?
How are you doing today, Parker? I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
October 28th, 2006.
Okay. And if you could, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why is that? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 21.
What state do you live in?
So I live in the UK, but I'm on a L1.
Oh, okay. Wait. I literally just heard I live in the UK, and I immediately did. I'm so sorry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, can I fuck you, bro? Like, and I
So
like
the next
that.
person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support
August
Donald
94.
Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm going to say Trump.
Okay. And why is that?
First topic, I would say his immigration and border policy.
Okay. What about it?
Well, one of the main benefits, I would say, was the required asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while the immigration cases are processed. That's one of the big things. You
So
got people doing you got people doing it the right way, and don't get me wrong, the system is a little bit faulted. It does need work, but that is one thing that I can say definitely needs to be followed. What it does benefit is it does reduce fraudulent asylum claims, and I know we can both agree on that.
Can you give me a source that it reduces fraudulent asylum claims?
I can't give you an exact source, but it is a proven benefit, and it also helps
I think
prevent
that would
mass
be pretty.
catching.
I think that would be pretty important. Secondly, I would
Well, it,
disagree with the idea that remain in Mexico would be a good policy for asylum, because what you're saying is that, one, people who have legitimate asylum claims should not be allowed to stay in the country while their asylum claim is being processed, right? And two, that specifically in terms of the asylum claim, you're not actually providing an incentive to like actually invest in making the asylum process go quicker, which is another part of the asylum process that we want to fix. And then three, for people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, where would they stay?
Like I said, I would. My personal belief is they remain in Mexico until their asylum claim has been processed.
So they should remain in the
and
country
another
that they're
thing is
seeking.
because it
Wait,
helps.
hold up. So they should remain in the country that they're seeking asylum from.
Yeah.
That's incoherent. That gets rid of the whole idea of the asylum process. You're saying people with legitimate asylum claims should have to stay in the country in which they specifically are seeking asylum from, right, while the court claim is being processed, which you aren't even creating an incentive to make the court process go quicker. You weren't investing that through the Trump administration.
I'm saying that it does need work. It does need a faster process, but they would need to stay in the country of their origin while they're claiming that asylum, and it needs to be sped
That's
up.
just not true. That's just not true, right? International law does not indicate that you have to do that.
Another thing, I'm saying what the benefits are. It helps prevent mass catch and release, and what else it does is it discourages illegal border crossings.
No, I think the best way specifically is to incentivize people to go through the legal process by making the legal process significantly quicker.
Fair enough.
That's the best way to address it. Instead of militarizing ICE, how about we put money into investing into our courts to make the legal process go significantly quicker, to then incentivize people to go through said legal process?
Okay, and then so what would be your first steps to doing that?
What would be my first steps for trying to make the legal process go quicker, like hiring immigration judges?
Okay, so what's going to be the criteria that they have to meet?
Well, I mean, I think that people going through the context of health screening, right, and criminal background check, right, should be allowed in the country. If they get
Okay,
through
so
that.
I'm going to tell you this: with the Remain in Mexico policy specifically, it has restored order to the asylum process, and it has reduced pressure on the U.S. border facilities, and that's a proven fact.
Wait, restate that one more time.
Okay, so the Remain in Mexico policy, right? It has restored order to the asylum process, and it has reduced the pressure on the U.S. border facilities because they're not having to take in all these people.
Would you like to provide a source that specifically the Remain in Mexico border policy specifically did that? And asylum again is a legal process. No, I would like you to provide a source for your own claim.
Google. You can Google it.
Google's a search engine, not a source.
Well, you can Google it, and it is a benefit, and it is a fact.
How about you look it up? Why don't you do that yourself?
Because I already have.
Okay, then you should do it and tell me the source, and I'll look it up once you tell me the title. It's your claim.
I'm just trying to be respectful of time. I'm not going to go all the way back and look through my archives and see.
I can talk to someone while you do so.
And then also, I mean, this is all going to be on.
I think it's less respectful to the time by saying that I should have to do it while I'm running the stream. I think it would be more respectful of the time specifically to go look it up and then to come back with the research while I talk to someone else.
I'm giving you specific talking points, and you don't want to hear.
You're not giving me any evidence. No, you're saying that the Remain in Mexico policy did certain things. I'm asking you for evidence of that, and you can't provide anything.
Okay, and how about the Title 42 expulsions?
How about you, instead of changing the topic, address the original claim?
It's in the same category. I'm giving you specific bulletin points without the fluffer.
You mean without the evidence?
Without the fluffer.
You mean you're
truth.
making claims without evidence?
See, this is the issue, is that you don't want to hear the truth.
I do. I'm asking you for evidence right now. You don't want to hear the truth because you're not able to look up the evidence.
I gave you the evidence.
No, you didn't. That's not evidence. That's a claim.
Parker, you've had these conversations, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, provide the evidence then.
Come on, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not. No, I'm waiting.
You do. Evidence. See, this is the issue with the people on the left, is that the Republican
we ask
Party
for evidence. We ask for sources.
No, because
this is the issue with the people on the left. They're critical thinkers.
I'm putting out to the average American citizen, right, that this isn't their job. They want to hear the facts. They want to hear it clear and concise.
Yep, and
Right?
you're not providing the facts.
That is clear and concise. Reduced fraudulent asylum claims.
Okay,
Helps
what's your
prevent
source?
Mass cuts and release.
What's your source for the
Discourage
fact that it
illegal border
reduced?
crossings.
Wait,
How is
wait,
that
what's
not precise?
what's your source
How
for
is that
that
not precise,
specifically? The
Parker?
remaining Mexico border policy reduced fraudulent asylum claims.
It has.
Source.
It has. You know that. You know that it has, Parker.
What's
Come
your,
on.
what's your source?
Does it matter the source if it's right?
No, it matters the source, and if it's right, you can find a source to prove it, right? Probably.
It is right. It is right. It has restored order to the asylum process.
I found
And-
your
and
source.
so-
I found it.
So you're gonna sit here and say that it has not reduced pressure on the U.S. border facilities.
I don't think remaining Mexico, the border policy specifically, has done that, and I don't think that even if it did, that it would be a good policy. I still think it would lead to worse conditions. So until you can provide a source, there's no justification for the claim that it reduces fraudulent asylum claims. This is just a claim.
It's not a claim; it's a fact.
It is.
And
It's a claim.
And the American people voted the way that they did because of these facts. Because it's not a bunch of people just trying to run the word game with them.
No.
It's
If you
giving-
actually,
it's
if you want to
giving
look
them
at,
points.
if you want to look at exit polls,
Giving them
right?
points.
If you want to look at exit polls, it is the case that the number one reason for why people voted for Donald Trump was because of the economy, and that they attributed inflation to the incumbent president without good reason. So because of a lack of critical thought, people voted for Donald Trump because they thought that he was going to be better for inflation, when he literally ran on increasing inflation through the context of tariffs. Like, I'm serious. Like, any level of critical thought of listening to economists would have indicated that you shouldn't have supported Donald Trump, the person advocating for inflation, to reduce and mitigate inflation.
Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah. Again, okay, what did you hear from what I said?
I'm asking you if you can repeat that.
Okay. Trump literally ran on increasing inflation through the context of tariffs, right? And
Okay.
people voted for him. Number one reason in exit polling was that they attributed inflation to the incumbent president under Biden, which it was global inflation under Biden, not caused by Biden. And Trump literally ran on increasing inflation through the use of tariffs.
So we're pivoting from immigration policy to inflation.
You brought up why people voted for Donald Trump, and I
Because
told
of-
you that the
because
main
this is
reason why
American-
people voted for Donald Trump
I'll let
was
you
because
speak.
they did not critically think.
You see, this is a problem though, Parker, and I'm going to be genuine with you. Is that a lot of people? This is not their job, right? Policies,
It doesn't
government
need to be.
entities. I know, but listen, can I speak? Can I finish what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if we're talking about the average American citizen, right, that works a 60-hour week, because now a 60-hour week is basically what you need to survive. So they don't have the time to look up all these policies. They don't have the time to properly vet every single thing that the government is doing. So they want somebody to come across and just give it to them without all the extra. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are resonating with Donald Trump because they feel like that he does that for them, right?
But he's
And that's a
lying
problem.
to
And I'm
you,
saying-
and that's the issue. When you do that and you don't critically analyze things, people manipulate you. You have to be able to critically analyze what people are telling you. Otherwise, you will be manipulated. That's what I'm telling you. He's not out to benefit the country. He's not out to benefit you. He's actively advocating to take away tax money, specifically in terms of tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, right? And then he was going to replace that with taxes that are going to harm low and middle income individuals to a greater percentage, disproportionately.
Shouldn't that be everyone's goal, is to make more money, right? Is to be rich, right? And whatever they're good at, right? That should be your goal, is to be the best at what you do.
This
perform
reduces
at the
social
highest
mobility.
standard.
This reduces social
Perform
mobility.
at the highest standard so you can live that lifestyle. It's all effort and the product of
Just
what you
pull
put into-
yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, just be rich. Just do it. Just be rich. You know what I mean? Like, all you have to do is think it, and it just
Parker,
happens.
this is
Just
the
be
reason-
rich.
This is the reason why the left doesn't resonate with so many people, is because you guys continue to
What are you talking about?
isolate.
No, this is
Because
why the
look-
left does resonate with people, because
Okay, are you
I'm
gonna let
willing
me
to
finish
I'm
my
willing to
statement?
I'm willing to say
Are you
that
going to let me
people-
finish my statement, Parker?
Yes, I will after this. I'm willing to say that people need access to
After
healthcare
I
in this
interrupt
country,
you, okay?
and they do not get access to healthcare in this country under our current system. Under our current system, 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance, right? And it is the case that we can impose systems specifically to help people in need. We're willing to accept the reality of what the conditions of our system is going to be for the average person overall. We're not just going to say people can just, based upon their own merits overall across the board, just be able to provide every single thing for themselves.
Can you slow
Because
down
within
just a
in
little
the
bit,
context of us, because think about it,
Can you
within the
slow down
context.
just a little bit, please?
Yes, because think about it. Within the context of a society, there are certain things that we want to provide for everyone as a baseline, like
Right, correct.
like we do specifically with K through 12 education, right?
Correct.
So I'm just saying we want to extend that baseline, and that we're not saying that there's no impact in terms of people's own personal decisions. We're just saying that based upon someone's personal decisions, they shouldn't starve to death. Based on someone's personal decisions, they shouldn't specifically not be able to afford their medical bills. Based on someone's
Hold on,
personal decisions, they shouldn't
can I
be
ask
in a
you one thing,
position
though?
where they can't afford childcare for their children.
Right. Okay. So as far as personal decisions, like, are we talking about, like, provide some context to that specifically? Because there are some personal decisions that people make that are very, very bad for society. Let's not shy away from that.
The point I'm saying is, regardless of your personal decisions, you should be fed.
Okay. I agree. I agree with
Okay.
that.
Regardless of your personal decisions, you deserve to get access to health care.
See, this is kind of where the water gets a little bit murky, is because there are some really, really bad people out there that do some really, really bad things.
I'm not talking about bad people. We're saying regardless of what you do in term, like financially speaking, right?
Financially speaking, okay.
Financially
okay. I hear
speaking,
you.
regardless of what you do, right? You should specifically still be able to feed yourself and your children. You should be able to have access to health care and health insurance.
But
And if
isn't
you
that
did
what-
truly care about the people doing very bad things, then you wouldn't elect that guy into the Oval Office held civilly liable of sexual abuse who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Okay, so you're talking about Jean Carroll situation with the, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, but that's a civil. That's civil. That's not criminal.
So
That was a civil case. That wasn't a criminal case.
I understand. What's your point with that?
My point being is that those are two different. Those are two different things.
Do
Drastically
you
different.
accept criminal cases?
Do I accept criminal cases?
Like, do you accept
Well,
the
it just
conclusions
depends.
from?
Okay, it depends, because our
Depends?
our judicial system is not perfect. It's faulty
Okay,
as well.
then our judicial system must be faulty when designating anyone as an undocumented immigrant. So how could you deport anyone? I think
No,
our
I'm not
judicial
saying
system
that.
is so faulty,
I'm saying
right?
that there are different places in the United States that their systems work better than other places in different states.
Wait, but if
And
our
especially
judicial
when
if
you're
our
using that- when
if
you're
our
using that
judicial
as a
system is so
weapon,
sorry.
but when people are using that as a weapon, and let's not say that doesn't happen, because it does. It really does. And this is why a lot of the American people are coming to this realization, is that, you know what, there's bad things going on both sides, right? But when you're gonna really put it out there and say, you know what, we're gonna charge him in this place because we know we can get away with it there. People see that, and it's not a good look for America in a whole. It's not.
No, it's that he actually did these things, and then he's trying to create this narrative of they're just going after him in terms of a political campaign against him. No, that's not how it works. That would be true about every political candidate, basically throughout the context of history. So explain to me why all these same cases were not applied to any of those candidates throughout the context of history. Please get a grip on reality. You can't just say that it's just political. They're just coming after him because of politics. Because again, that would have happened throughout the context of history.
Why can't
right?
you
You would have
like
evidence to
fully
indicate this to be
respectable in
true.
a conversation,
And again, if the
Parker?
judicial system let me please finish. If the judicial system was so faulty, then you wouldn't accept any of the cases against undocumented immigrants, indicating that they're in the country undocumented.
See, this is another issue, is that you can't fully talk respectfully in a conversation with people. You want to belittle people, get a grip
did I
on
do to
reality.
belittle
It's like I'm trying to
What?
have a conversation with you and trying to bring both of our realities to the middle. But you want to get a grip on reality and like make these little snarky little.
All
little
I'm
shots
saying
and,
that
like,
all I'm saying there
no,
is
no,
like
can I
acquaint
finish what I'm
yourself with the
saying? 'Cause
facts.
I've let you finish every talking point you said.
No,
and
you didn't. You just
continue
cut
to
me off
interrupt what I'm
multiple
saying.
times. What are you talking about?
In the middle of me trying to finish my statement.
Yeah, I was in the middle of my statement.
I
You
have
cut
to
me off.
interrupt you to
It's
finish
fine.
my statement.
Wait, what do you mean to finish
You
your
know?
statement? I let you finish and then I spoke.
You just
'Cause I
interrupted
caught
me.
myself and I wrote it down.
Okay,
and then
okay,
I let you
okay.
speak.
Moving on. Like I said, this is a really big problem in America right now because you have. I mean, I'm not saying this to be like rude to you or anything, but people like you, which you're coming off always rude to people and belittling people, especially when they don't know exact policies. And it's like I'm trying to explain to you is that the average American citizen does not have the time to sit here and run through all these policies. It would be great if they did. That would be great, right? But the thing is that there's been so much in all these policies that a person that doesn't have that much time is not going to be able to go through that and not going to be able to read that. So and this is my advice for the left. If you want to resonate with voters, you need to make that stuff in a condensed version that's more palatable for the American citizen, right? Because what they do with this whole runaround in these huge, long pages of let's see, for lack of a better term, things that people don't understand, they're not going to even want to look that way.
So you're just telling them to dumb it down.
For lack of a better term, yeah.
Okay. So let's go through this.
It needs to be palatable for everybody, right?
Okay. Okay. So we need to make it more simple. Okay. I'll make it very, very simple for you. Donald Trump is actually an incredibly rude person. If you cared about people being rude and if you thought that moved people away from the movement, people being rude, then you wouldn't support a guy that had a nickname for every single person that he ran up against to literally insult them.
Okay, so listen.
Okay, like, I mean, did that dissuade you from supporting him?
Let me continue to explain that, okay? Like, we all know when it comes to politics, there's going to be sharp shots on each side, right? People are going to say, oh, you're this. People are going to say, oh, you're that. It's human nature. No one's perfect. No one is able to be that perfect being, right? That's just not possible. But the thing is what I'm saying, and it was proven by the voters that they resonate more with Donald Trump because he's actually able to dumb it down, make it a little simpler for the average person to understand. And that is why if the left does not change their direction on that, they're going to lose every election coming up. And that is the truth.
In the most respectful way possible, he's not dumbing it down. He's just dumb himself. And
so you're calling the rest of the American people dumb because they resonated more with him?
No, you're the one saying that we need to dumb it down for the American people. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
you're saying you were the one saying that the American people are dumb. Now, I think the American people are ill. I think the American.
I said that for a lack of a better term.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
I think the American people are ill-informed and they're misinformed, and they have decided to believe people like Donald Trump because of the culture that we've created to then incentivize people to not critically think about politics. And I think that's an incredibly harmful thing. And again, essentially the point I was pointing to was, how come I didn't get the grace that you just gave to Donald Trump? When I specifically,
I'm giving you the
you
grace.
You didn't though.
Like
when we brought up that Donald Trump has an insult for every single person that he runs up against, you were like, okay, no one's perfect. It is the case that, everyone does this in politics. But when it was me, you brought up this huge issue about how I'm too rude and how I'm not going to bring people over to my side because of this, and that I need to be more palatable for the average citizen. So how come that same condition did not apply to Donald Trump when he's significantly more rude than I am?
I don't agree with that.
You think that Donald Trump is less rude than I am? You think he's more polite than I am?
Just off of your mannerisms right now, I can tell you that.
What? That is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
look how you're ridiculous.
You see, look. Example, Parker.
What's the example?
I am talking to you in a respectful manner the whole time. I'm not making these little condescending face. Well, you can't see my face, but I'm not making condescending faces. I'm not making these little condescending.
Wait, my facial expressions, how are they condescending?
Because like the way that you do with your little talking points, right? You'll say something and then you'll do this little look on your face, and it's like you're trying to belittle somebody, and you are, and maybe it's just because as you grow older, you might grow away from that, which I believe you will, but
well, I just want to know, I have a facial response to things that I think are absurd. And if I have a facial response to it, my facial response is my legitimate facial response, right? You might think that I have all these intentions behind, oh, I'm doing this facial response in a certain way. I'm not acting, bro. I can't do that for what, fucking 4 hours a day, bro? How could I don't think that's possible for me. I'm not like that. I'm not like an actor, right? I never went to acting classes. I never did any of that. I literally am just on here debating with my positions. I don't.
So that's just who you
I
are.
literally
as a
do that
person,
because
is what you're
that's who I am. Literally, like
Okay,
when
I
I
understand,
get into
I
these types of
understand.
debates, that's just how I am.
You're just saying that's who you are as a person, right?
Yeah, like my facial responses are literally like. Also, I think that's an aspect of how I communicate with the chat. Like that's just literally how I naturally respond.
But Parker, let me say this, man. And I'm just trying to give you some constructive criticism here. And if you disagree with it, you disagree with it. That's fine. But you do come off like that. And when you're trying to have a conversation and meet somebody in the middle and meet some common ground, I don't necessarily think that that is the best approach. And that's my personal belief. But if you don't agree with that, that's fine.
I get
I'm
it,
just
and
trying
I
to-
and
I'm
I,
just
and I
trying to
actually I do agree in most circumstances it's probably not the best approach. I think in some circumstances it's warranted. I could have
Right.
gone a little bit too far. Don't even think I went really
I'm just
far in this
saying,
conversation.
Parker, is like
What I did was like interrupt. That's probably what I did most, and I could point to
Right.
that. That's about it. Like I would
I
really
would
say
I would
like,
just
went
say
o-
I would
went
just say
overboard
this,
with-
Parker. I can understand, like, you debate a lot of people every day, right?
Mhm.
And obviously you have to have your guard up and you have set these measures in place to have your rebuttals, and obviously you get people that are kind of being a dick to you, so you got to kind of respond to that. I understand. But what I'm saying is that, like I said, it, like, for me, I haven't been that person to you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that for a person, like, you got to kind of read the room, right? So like our conversation, I've been keeping it respectful and positive, and I'm just saying, like, sometimes you got to be able to turn the wheel sometimes, you know. But I will
think
just say
do.
thank you.
I think I do. I think I know how to
Parker,
read the
I'll-
room. I think I know how to, give similar energy to like what I'm getting in the conversation.
See,
I
now-
think
see,
I'm pretty
yeah,
good
so-
at that. And one thing I would say in general is that like I can always take into account what everyone's saying in the context live, but also I just want to just genuinely say this as a real thing. I am engaging with people on the right every single day. There are multiple people that come off of my live who are debating me that change their minds practically every single day. I do see in real time what works with people in terms of what they specifically believe in to a rate in which practically no one does because they don't do the same job that I do. Right? It's just primarily because this is the job that I do and I spend so much time doing it. So I do understand, like I understand that not every single thing I do is perfectly palatable for everybody. It's impossible
Right.
for me to meet that standard. Right? I can do as much as I can within that context, but it's impossible. And sure, right? I could try to, not be as upfront and specifically like I guess with me being aggressive in this conversation, right? In terms of like trying to fact check or anything like that. And I can try to bring down the energy with this conversation. But in general, like to doing that to a certain extent is also important for communication with the fact that certain views are absurd. And even if we're having a polite conversation about it, that still can justify a response, and which isn't just me being right, like 100% and totally polite. Like I have to acknowledge, right, an absurd position. All right, when I said get a grip on reality, I just mean like, dude, what you're saying is so absurd and it's not acquainted with the facts that you just need to actually get a grip on like things in terms of reality because you need evidence to back up your belief systems. You can't just believe things without any reason.
Right. So what was the point that you asked me to get a grip on reality about? I do not remember, if I'm being honest.
I don't remember either. I could go back into
Okay.
it.
I think we were talking about the immigration policy. I think.
It was probably something about asylum.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, I think it was the Remain in Mexico point, right? Like you said that someone
Right.
specifically who right is seeking asylum from Mexico should have to stay in Mexico while they're seeking asylum. The point I'm saying with that is that the point of the asylum process is to ensure that the person who is seeking asylum can get out of the country that they're in because they're being persecuted based upon some sort of protected class. And if they're being persecuted
Right.
based upon some sort of protected class, well, then they shouldn't be in an area in which they're being persecuted because that's relevant towards their safety. So I do think that people
Right.
who are seeking asylum should be allowed to do it in the context of the United States. And the way that we can reduce fraudulent asylum claims is by making the asylum process go significantly quicker. Because say it went like a month. It took a month to go through the process. Someone's unlikely to come to the country specifically to try to go through the context of the asylum process for just a month. They can come here for a longer period of time, right? Just by literally being a tourist, right?
Right.
So,
But
like,
does that solve the problem though? Is what I'm asking. Because if all these people are coming from these different countries and seeking asylum, why are we not holding these countries accountable?
countries account? I mean, we can hold countries accountable only to a certain extent. Obviously, we don't have
But why?
the ability.
Why?
We don't have the ability to determine their policy always. We don't have the ability to go. We're not going to send like our troops over to the countries specifically and limit this always in every condition. It depends. I don't know it depends on the condition of the country that we're talking about. That's why
I
the
feel
asylum
like- I
courts
feel
look
like
through
we
that.
are-
I don't know the conditions of every
Right.
single person who's seeking asylum in the United States.
Right. I feel like for us, right? If we're looking towards the future, like say 100 years in the future, 200 years in the future, who knows where we're going to be at? I mean, that should be the goal, right? Is to be like, these countries, you guys need to fix this problem. You guys have so many people that are coming to the United States, right? And in our lifetime, we may not see it. But when it comes down 200, 300 years down the line for, like, say, if you have children, my children, their children, it's going to be like, are we even going to have a country to that's going to be sustainable at that point? It's like, at what point do
Yeah.
you start holding these countries accountable for their
Wait, I'm confused.
actions?
Immigration is not bad for our system. It's actually more positive.
It's
for our
no.
system. And
It's
what
not.
are we
What I'm
going to
saying
be
is
holding these countries accountable for?
for letting their citizens be treated like that, for having to, like, when they're under such pressure of like seeking asylum, like say they're getting terrorized by whoever the group is, right? Say you're in a country and they're seeking asylum.
By the way, I
from-
just want to let you know, I'm pretty sure there are people who would be seeking asylum from the United States, right, to other countries. You know that, right? Based upon certain protected classes. I'm pretty sure that also
example.
exists around the world. So would you say that they should be doing that to the United States?
Well, what would be an example of that though?
Right. Well,
Like
for
seeking asylum
example,
from the United States.
I mean, I'd have to specifically look. I haven't looked in a while, but like
That's
in terms
what
of
I'm saying. I don't know. I've
examples-
never seen an
the
example
the
of that, so
examples
I
that
don't
I would
know.
bring up would be the
No.
violation of rights and constitutionally protected rights, right? So specifically in the context of trans people, right, it is the case that they're going after their constitutionally protected rights. That is an explicit example that I could bring up. Right, so that would be a specific reason, right? And there's also, I mean, just in general, like any type of, there could be witness protection programs that could send people to other countries, right, where they would not want to be in the United States. So you understand that, like, there are conditions that exist in the United States that could meet that set of criteria, especially under Trump's presidency.
I feel like that topic, especially the trans topic, that's a deep one too. Me and you are not going to agree on that for sure.
I mean, you should agree that trans people should have human rights and dignity. The Trump administration is trying to kick people out, out of the military who are trans, get rid of their access to the Second Amendment. Right?
Yeah, right. Okay, so okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to think before I speak, so I'm not saying anything that doesn't necessarily depict what I want to, the clear picture I want to paint.
Sure.
And that's kind of why, like I said, I don't agree with the whole transgender ideology, so I may be a little bit misinformed.
What does that mean?
on. No, I'm just saying, like I'm not saying that they don't have rights, which is, I know what you were saying, but I'm just saying is, like, if we were to go, like, do you agree with transgenderism, and do you think it's good for
Trans
or whatever?
people.
You know, I'm just
Wait,
saying.
what is trans ideology? What does that even mean?
So like gender dysphoria, right?
Being trans and gender dysphoria are two separate things. You know that there are people who are not trans who have gender dysphoria?
Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, that's the qualifications built in the context of the DSM. There are people who are not trans who have gender dysphoria. That's all I would need to explain.
No, but like, give me an example of that.
Like, you want me to give you a person? What do you mean, give you an example?
Well, if you could, like there was I don't know. Can you give me? Do you have an example of a person that has?
No,
that?
I'm not going to give you a person, right? I'm telling you what's granted specifically through the context of the DSM.
Well, that would make it more digestible for me if I was able to. Okay, this person has it. This is what it is, and this is
I
what, you know what I'm
couldn't
saying?
tell you like a certain person, right? Like their name.
Okay. Okay, then we can just move on from that.
What's your? Okay.
I'm saying is like, I don't agree with like men going into women's bathrooms and things like that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so like Donald Trump specifically bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing.
Are you
And
talking about the one
an
when he was
18-year-old
like,
came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in? I mean, would you vote for a candidate that did that?
that's like a gotcha moment? I'm not gonna go for that.
What do you mean? I'm confused. I'm
You're
just
trying to
saying
get
like
me with you're trying to
I
get me
mean-
for a gotcha moment.
I'm sorry, you said that you specifically wouldn't support like men going into like women's spaces, but then you voted for a candidate that specifically bragged about doing so to perv on naked women and literally
I don't
15-year-old girls.
I don't have the information on that, so I can't speak on it.
I mean,
but what I
do
can-
you want me to play the audio for you? I can give you all the information you need.
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to get me with like a gotcha moment, and maybe he did some things that are
What do you
questionable.
mean by a
maybe-
gotcha moment? Do you mean that like I just gave you a point that disproves what you
Like
were
you're
just saying?
you're trying to get me to discredit the person who I voted for.
Absolutely.
I can
I mean,
see.
that's what I'm going to do in a debate. I mean, why wouldn't I do that in a debate?
Right. I'm just saying like, I'm not going to go for that. But
What do you mean? So essentially, any point that I make that's good, you're just going to not address and engage with that point.
no, because I don't have enough information to engage with you on that.
Well, I
you know?
can play the audio. I can play the video,
And
like the
I
audio
said,
for you. Like,
and like I said, no one's perfect. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna.
I mean, this isn't
not
about
gonna-
being perfect. Like, do you want to hear?
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying,
So, like,
but that doesn't change that doesn't change my perspective on what I think that he's doing for the country is better.
how? How does that not change your perspective?
Because it doesn't change my perspective on what the American people think is better for the country.
How? He literally just bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women to perv on them without their consent, and you're just like, that doesn't change your perspective on him at all? Do you think that behavior is acceptable?
No, I'm saying about what's best for the.
You're not even phased?
Parker.
What? Wait, what if
I know
wait,
what
do
you're
you-
trying to do.
What if that was
I know-
your
I know what
daughter
you're-
that was in that room?
Hey, let's not do that. Come on, have some couth. Don't do that.
I'm serious, like genuinely, like would you specifically still support him in that context?
I'm saying have some couth, Parker. Come on, don't do that. We're trying to discuss policy, like, and what's best for the country.
Yeah, and I'm totally addressing that
And you
because it is
can't
the
you
case
can't
that
just go out here and bring.
wait,
and
you
bring
just said
people's
you just said
children
that you
into
wouldn't
this.
support Democrats because you didn't want quote unquote men in
They don't resonate- they
in
don't
women's
resonate with the
in
American
women's
people,
spaces.
Parker.
But then I just gave you an example of Donald Trump doing that himself, and then you just completely overlook it. You just
No,
don't
I'm
act
not
like it's
overlooking
even
that. I'm
relevant.
not
You
overlooking
you
that
were
thing.
unfazed by it.
No, I'm not overlooking that.
You just
But
did.
you're
You
but
just
you're
were
over here-
unfazed.
but you're trying to make personal attacks and bring my daughter into this, which is
Because
not.
I was
I'm not
trying to
going
get you to
that.
realize that that's specifically something
Well,
that you
don't
wouldn't
do it another
support.
way. Don't do it that way, please.
Okay. If it was specifically an adult woman that did it and it was your son.
Why do
hypothetical
you feel the
scenario.
need to like bring my kids into this though? This is weird.
How about this? A cousin, right?
No,
A
no,
niece.
hold on, one second.
A niece. If it was your niece.
No, hold on 1 second, man. Why do you feel the need to say that though?
To get you to realize, right, from a personal perspective, what that's going to have on a person's life. To get you to humanize it. To get you to see it in
You
a
should not- you
circumstance
should
that's
not
relevant
do
to your
that,
life.
man. You should not do that though. Come on.
Then what can I do? What could I do what could I do
You-
to
you-
show
you
you
stated
how
your
harmful
point.
this is?
You stated your point. You played the audio. I understand. Okay,
You
but
don't.
just
You don't understand how harmful this is. That's why you're overlooking it.
I'm not overlooking it,
You
Parker. But
just
there's
did.
but you're trying to make you're trying to make everything under that one umbrella, which it's not. It's not under that.
You're the one who brought it up. You brought up specifically men going into women's spaces. I showed you
With
Donald
those-
Trump doing
with-
that, and it
with-
didn't change
with
your
those-
perspective on him at all.
I told you that, like, okay, I may not agree with that. Okay, if that was the intention, if the intention is to go in there and to, like, what are you saying his intention is?
He said it himself. His intention was to go on there and perv on them.
So you're saying that his intentions were to do sexually explicit things to these people?
Was to perv on them, yes.
No, but but you're saying that his intention is to do sexually explicit things to these people.
Vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation
I
to
don't
do
need
that.
you to play the
So-
clip
so
again.
you
I heard
have
it.
done
I
that.
understand.
Tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything's
doctor,
good.
you're there.
Yeah,
You
the
don't have
dress.
to
Is
play
everyone
it.
okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you're saying that somebody has to be bound to their failures for the rest of their life?
So you were the one who brought up the specific conditions of you don't want men in women's spaces, and then you're willing to overlook it when it's Donald Trump.
With
So
those intentions, because I feel like I feel personally that some of those transgender people, and it may not be all of them, but some of them have intentions that are not pure, man. And one bad apple can rot the whole tree. For a lot of people that are looking at it from the outside looking in, they're like,
yeah, so and that's
okay,
bigotry.
well, how
That's
do you-
bigotry. That's bigotry because you don't do that with Donald Trump. You don't specifically think that about all white men who are rich and powerful specifically because Donald Trump did it. You don't do that. You overlook it when it comes to Donald Trump. You're still willing to vote for him. You're willing to say and give him the grace that you give no one else.
I'm a flawed human being. What can I say? I try to be as graceful as I can to people, but
You're
at the end of the
seemingly
day,
only giving your grace to people like Donald Trump, to
I'm not,
predators
though.
like him. But you're
I'm
not
not.
willing to give it to the 26 different women that has specifically accused him of sexual misconduct. None of the grace goes to them, right? Him being held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
I don't
Where's the
know.
grace
I
there?
don't know that whole situation.
You don't need to.
And I can only
if there's
speak on what I
26
live-
different women that accuse a guy of sexual misconduct, you don't think that any of them are telling the truth?
I didn't say that, Parker.
So if one of them is telling the truth, then they've done something so bad that you shouldn't support them.
I'm just saying that these civil lawsuits.
Donald Trump has
have a
done something
funny-
so bad you should support him. If
I'm just saying
even
that
one of
these-
them is telling the truth.
I'm saying that these civil lawsuits have a funny way of orchestrating things when they want to get when they want to have a certain outcome.
We're not even talking about the civil case right now. We're talking about the 26 different women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct.
Okay, so you're saying that just because somebody has been accused of something that they automatically did it.
If there's over 26 women that accuse you of sexual misconduct,
No,
it is
you
very
can't do
fucking
that.
likely that it's true.
You can't do that.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Donald Trump is a very, 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 very big political figure. There's a lot of people that want to see his downfall, so it would be easy to construct that.
Can you
and
name
can't
one
do
other
that.
presidential candidate in
You can't.
history that had 26 different women accuse them of sexual misconduct?
There's never been another political candidate like Donald Trump.
So what's unique about Donald Trump that means that all of these charges are going to be applied to Donald Trump and all of these people are going to come out with Donald Trump, but they're not going to come out with any of the other candidates?
It's because he's a hot topic. He's a controversial person. So it would make it easy for a team to orchestrate that and like, hey, you know what? Why don't we just put this together?
No,
'Cause I don't-
if it was specifically a thing that they always do in politics, it'd be happening with every single candidate. It doesn't happen with every single candidate. It's not just a thing that happens in politics across the board. You'd have to provide evidence of that. How about you do an investigation into that, provide evidence of it before you believe it?
Well, you're not doing that. You're saying
I
that you
do.
don't know if that's. You're saying that you don't know if it's true, but you think it's true because 26 people said it. So that's not a
Wait,
fact.
no, he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, and 26 different women indicated that he engaged in sexual misconduct towards them. If it is the case that 26 different people indicate this to be true, I think that's likely to be true, right? I'm sorry.
So-
If there were 26 witnesses of a crime, would you accept that it occurred?
It just depends on the situation. It has to. It
20,
has to depend on the
26
situation.
first-hand accounts of the same
This
thing
isn't a-
happening.
Okay, this isn't
And
a
you wouldn't
debate about
believe it?
Trump's personal life. This isn't a debate about Trump's personal life. It's about national security, law enforcement, and immigration.
I'm
Bring
sorry.
up
You
related
you
accusations.
think that a
Oh,
you think
yeah, I
a
can't
rape?
finish. I can't
Wait,
finish
by the
what
way,
I'm saying.
you think a rapist should be ahead of the national security of the country? Do you think that he's going to uphold national security when it comes to women? That he's just specifically
I don't
because
think- I don't
he's
think-
literally
I don't
assaulted
think he's
women.
a rapist, man. I don't think that.
Well,
And
yeah,
that might be
because you think the
I don't-
26 plus women are lying.
I don't think. I think that was orchestrated. If I'm being 100%.
What
honest,
evidence
I
do you have of that? Wait, what
I
evidence do you
don't
have
have
of
any
that?
evidence, Parker. But I think
Oh, you believe things with no evidence, but you won't do that with the context of all these different victims that have come out? You're willing to believe that they're wrong with no evidence, but even when they have evidence that indicating that they're
it's
right,
because
you're not
there is
willing
no
to accept
fact.
it.
There is no fact, so we
There
can't.
is.
We can't
He was held
decisively
civilly
say that.
liable. Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's
You're
vagina
trying to
against her will.
pivot, though. You're trying to pivot from what's.
How is
what I
that a
just
pivot?
said.
You
Could you
wait,
then
I
let
just
me-
addressed. You said that there was no evidence. I said there was specifically enough evidence to indicate that he was fucking liable in a court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
No, listen. Like I said, this isn't a debate about Trump's personal life.
Oh, it is right now. That's what we're talking about right now.
It's about national security,
Which
law
is relevant to
enforcement, and
national security.
immigration.
Right? Do you would you
bring
would you?
up bring
I have a
up
question.
related accusations? Come on.
Okay. Would you
From the
vote for
real issues.
Oh, would you
If
vote
we're done
for
with the gossip, let's get back to policy.
gossip? Shut the fuck up, dude. This is literally someone being held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Don't fucking write it off as gossip. Don't write off people being victimized as just fucking gossip. We're bringing this up because it's relevant to the fucking person who's in political office.
Trump
You
has
understand what
never
that? Wait,
been
listen. I want you to
criminally-
listen for a second. You understand what that represents for our country? That there's a person who was held civilly liable in the position of political office. That it accepts people who are literally held civilly liable of assaulting women into positions of power, and that they would be accepted on such a vast scale is incredibly harmful to victims? Do you understand that victims have to live in a world where the president of the United States is a fucking predator and rapist? Victims have to live in that world. And do you think that creates a better world for victims? Do you think that creates a better world for people that have been marginalized by our system? Specifically to have a person who's actively committed that violence themselves in the position of power. Do you think that's better for them? Seriously, sit down for 1 second and think about that. And think about the effect that has in terms of the
Why does it
acceptance
mean?
of predators within our culture. That's horrible.
Okay, first and foremost, civil rulings like the Jean Carroll case are not criminal convictions, and he's appealing that.
Yeah, and he lost the appeal twice.
He's
How did that go?
appealing-
How did the appeal go? How did the appeal go? He lost twice.
That doesn't mean he's wrong.
It
That
does.
not mean he's wrong.
It literally does.
He's
He lied.
appealing it.
Wait. He literally lied. He said that they never met. There was pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he considered her his quote unquote type. Right. So he would have sexually abused her either way.
And I'm saying that Trump has never been criminally convicted of sexual assault.
So you're saying he's never been criminally convicted. Okay. Do you accept criminal convictions?
I'm saying he has never been criminally convicted.
Answer the
of
question.
sexual
Answer the
assault.
question. Do you accept criminal convictions?
Are you talking about the 34
Wait, no,
felonies?
I just want you to answer the question. Do you accept criminal convictions? Do you accept the conclusions from criminal convictions? Because your whole dispute for the reason why you're not accepting the civil case is because it's not a criminal case. But then it seems like you probably don't even
I'm not
fucking
saying
accept the
that.
criminal cases against Donald Trump.
I'm not saying that.
Do you accept so you do accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
Can I speak?
If you answer my question.
Are you done?
If you answer my question. If you don't answer my question, I'll mute you and thank people. And you can wait until I'm done thanking people to be able to respond.
I'm saying criminal convictions are on a scale, and they're different. There's different types of criminals. There are different types of crimes that hold different types of ethical, moral, and actual penalty.
I'll
That
ask
is
you
an
one more
answer.
time. Do you accept the conclusions from criminal courts?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. So then why did you bring that up as the reason why you dispute civil cases?
I'm saying that to put it into context for the people listening.
Okay.
And what you're doing right now, and I'm going to say this respectfully, Parker. Respectfully, what you are doing, you're on here telling me to shut the fuck up, You're saying, get the fuck out of here, whatever you said. I didn't say that to you. I did say. I
Well,
did
you
say,
want to
don't
know
tell
what
me
you
this
did do? You want to know what you did do?
I did tell you.
fucking
Can I
said the
finish what I'm
26
saying?
plus. No, you said the 26 plus women were fucking lying. You didn't believe any of them. So I'm not going to sit
I
up here
don't
and be
have
so
enough
respectful
information
to
to
you
make
when
that
you're not
decision.
respectful to the women that have been assaulted by Donald Trump. How about you be
I see
respectful?
what
How about
you're
you
doing.
show them some respect? Where the hell's the respect for them?
I don't know.
You said that they're all liars. You said that they're all.
I don't-
You said it's gossip, dude. Don't sit here and fucking tell me to be respectful to you when you're not willing to be respectful to grave victims. When you're not willing to be
Parker,
respectful to people
I believe,
in general.
I believe that this
What the hell is
conversation
this?
I believe this conversation is getting away from what we're trying to talk about, and I'm gonna be respectful about it. I'm not gonna sit here and curse you and try to make you.
Wait,
seem
why
like
are you
some kind
acting
of
like you're being
bad
so
person.
respectful? Why? I just told you
I
what
am
you were
being
doing.
respectful.
I just
I
told you
am
what
being
you were doing.
respectful.
Wait, then so
And
do
this
you
is
want,
why
So then, do you
that-
want to address
this
the
is why-
disrespect that you engage in? Do you want to?
Okay, yes, I
Do you
will.
want to address the
I'll address
disrespect
it
that
right
you
now.
engaged
I'll
in?
address it right now. I'll
ahead.
address it right now. This is why the left is never going to ever win another election because of the people that act like you. And
Donald Trump had an insult for every single person that he was running up against, and you didn't give a flying fuck about that.
respectfully, I'm going to leave this conversation now, and this is why the
Yeah,
left
you're
will
gonna
never
you're
win
gonna run
another
away
election.
because you can't acknowledge the disrespect that
No,
you engaged in
because
towards great
that's-
victims. When you're a grape
maybe-
apologist on my live stream, that's very
no.
disrespectful to great victims. Okay, don't sit up here and tell me that I need to be so respectful
That's
when
a
I'm
fact.
fucking talking about the fact that you
That's a
literally
fact.
are a grape apologist.
That's a fact.
Yes, that's a fact.
He raped all those women. That's a fact.
He absolutely raped E. Jean Carroll. He was held civilly liable of that, and I absolutely believe the other victims.
appealing that.
Yes, I fucking believe the victims. I absolutely do. Donald Trump was held civilly liable. Donald Trump has fucking lied throughout his entire life. He was fucking best friends with Epstein. Right? For fucking 10, 15 years, he said that he's a terrific guy, likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing, while they were with no clothes on, when there was an 18-year-old that came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing rooms. Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Donald Trump specifically called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern
Harper.
calling his daughter a piece of ass. And said he had sex
Parker,
in common with
you
his
need-
daughter
you
when
need
she
to
said
re-
real
you
estate
need
and
to
golf.
regain your-
Do
you
I
need to
think that this
regain-
guy's a predator? And do I believe the victims? Absolutely, I believe the victims. And absolutely, I believe the guy's a predator.
You need to regain your composure because you're going against everything.
My
that you just
composure
said.
is all in. I'm just passionate.
Nope.
Don't
Nope. You're
don't
going
mistake
against-
my
you're going-
passion for lacking
Nope.
composure.
Don't even know
because
you
my
can't do
my
that. You're
my
not gonna
passion
gaslight like
is
that.
not limiting my composure.
No,
I'm completely
not working.
composed right now.
People see through it. It's not working.
No, people see right through the bullshit that you're saying on my live stream. They see right through the
I'm not
bullshit of
saying
Donald
anything
Trump.
bullshit,
That's what I'm
because I'm
showing
trying
right
to-
now.
I'm trying to
I
stick
come
to
on this
facts.
live stream every single day and I expose the bullshit from Trump supporters and from Donald Trump every single day. I
You
expose
want
that
it
bullshit.
to seem like you're doing that, but you're not.
No,
doing
I am
that.
doing that. The
You're a
reality
bad
is.
faith actor.
How
You're
am I a bad faith actor? Tell me how. Tell me how.
Because of what you're doing.
How?
You're trying to,
How is
you're,
it bad
you're trying
faith?
to get this. You're trying to get this passionate uprise, but it's a facade, man. It really is. And you know what? That is
What's the facade?
I'm-
You're not telling me. You're just saying everything's fake without giving an explanation why.
because you're a guy that likes to claim to go off facts, but that's goes against everything that you say. That
I
you
just
do.
gave the facts for it. I just literally gave you the
That is
facts.
not- that is
Calypso,
not
thank you for this
facts.
galaxy. Thank you. All of
That
that
is
was
not
facts.
facts.
I
And
gave
then
you
when I
straight
bring up-
facts.
when I bring
Name
up good
one thing that
points-
wasn't a fact. Name one
when I
thing that I
bring up-
said that was not factual.
When I bring up good points, you just want to
can't
get
do it.
mad and yell and try to be so passionate about it.
Wait, I'm
So
sorry.
it
I'm
tries
sorry.
to
Do I
bring your
wait? But I just want to
viewers-
clarify.
it
Let
tries
me
to
clarify
bring your
this.
viewers away from.
Watch this. Watch this. Listen for 1 second. I genuinely, I want to bring down the temperature of this conversation. Listen for 1 second, okay? I don't have conversations that end up in this type of energy with every single person I have on my live stream. The conversations I've had recently have actually not gone like this. The reason why it's going like this is because of what you were saying and because of the conversation we were having. It's not just because I'm always like this. It's not because I just want to do this for the live stream. It's not because I'm just a bad faith actor that is doing the worst things possible for the world, right? I'm specifically doing this because what you said was harmful towards victims and what you said was disrespectful towards victims. And I'm trying to show you that that's the case. And it's for some reason you're not willing to accept that. And you think that I'm being disrespectful for calling you out for it.
Okay, like I said, that is your. Let me try to put this in a way that I can articulate myself the way I want to. You said it yourself that those were accusations that were made. I don't know the specifics of that, Parker. So I can't say like, oh, I know for sure that he did that. I can't say that because I don't know the specifics of that, and they're accusations. You know what? So I can't do that.
Do you believe the victims of Epstein?
Do I? How many victims do they say there are?
I'm just asking you. Do you believe any of them?
I don't know how many there are. I don't even really know very many of them. Honestly, I have like, I wouldn't. I feel
I don't think it matters how many there are. Do you believe them?
I would have to say I do. I believe them.
You do, and you're not like familiar with all the specifics in the cases, right?
I'm not. No.
Okay, but yet you can still say that you have enough evidence to indicate that you believe the victims. That's exactly what I'm saying here about Donald Trump. You don't have to know every single specific of every single case that we're talking about. I'm just telling you I'm just telling you the overwhelming evidence indicates that Donald Trump is guilty.
I'm just saying this. For the Epstein thing, let me just address this real quick. I don't have any evidence, but something inside me tells me that. But it doesn't tell me that about Donald.
You cut out. I can't hear you.
I was getting a phone call really quick. I got interrupted. But what I'm saying is like, I don't have the evidence against Epstein or Donald Trump, but my feeling towards Epstein is different, man. I feel like he did do that, but I don't feel that way towards Donald Trump. And that's just me being a person.
So, okay, we don't want to judge the set of conditions that occurred just based upon our gut feelings. We want to judge it based upon
that
the
may be a
evidence.
flaw of mine, but I'm just telling you, like, honestly, I'm not going to sit here and that's just what I feel, man. I can't.
Don't
that
the
is a
facts
gut feeling
preside
of
over
mine.
the
Maybe that
feelings?
is wrong. Maybe that is wrong if I'm going off of a gut feeling, but
Think about it this way. When police interview people that were family members with serial murderers, oftentimes the people that are around the serial murderers had no fucking clue. Their
Right.
gut feeling was not bad about them.
right.
And yet they still were a serial murderer. So the idea that you don't have a gut feeling is not evidence that he's not guilty, right?
Mm.
And it's actually probably because of your proximity to him and because of your support. Because of your proximity to him, because of your support, you are less likely to take into account the evidence because of this, and you're more likely to just say because you don't feel like he's guilty that you're going to believe that he's not guilty. And what I'm telling you is actually look at the evidence, actually look at the scenario, and because to me it paints a very, very clear picture that Donald Trump is guilty. It paints a very, very clear picture, and that's why I believe all the victims, because there's so much evidence indicating that they're right. So much evidence. They're credible victims.
What I would say as a rebuttal for that, or just my response, is that I don't know too much about these people's personal lives to actually have that consensus.
But
Parker,
you see how you didn't need to with Epstein?
Whose account is this?
This is my girlfriend's.
Okay, I'm gonna follow his account. I have something very
my
pressing. I have something very pressing that I have to get to right now. This was a great conversation. I thank you for listening and bringing down the temperature. We got heated there for a second. I do appreciate you being able to bring it. I'm gonna follow this account and then I'll get with you on another time. I just have something really pressing I have to get to. Thank you.
I hope you keep critically thinking. Watch this back. I hope you do.
Yep.
Okay. All right, everyone. I'm gonna thank some people real quick. I'm really far behind everyone. Let me thank some people, and then we'll get back to everything. We're gonna go on to the next debate here in a second. Cecilia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. John, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Anya, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Absolutely, though. Seriously. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. Absolutely, as always, Elizabeth. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Morgan with the $20. Thank you so much, Morgan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Morgan in the comment section. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Luna, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. As always. I always will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Morgan, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Felicia, thank you so much for the $10. Absolutely, as always. Thank you. Sammy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jonna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Michael with the $10. Sam, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Abigail, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Taylor with the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Taylor. I really appreciate it. W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely, as always. Thank you so much, Taylor. Alexandria, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you, everyone, for all the kind messages. I really appreciate it so much. It really means the world. It really, really does. I really can't express it on live because, you know, there's so many messages, but I really appreciate all the messages. I really, really do. Jay, thank you for the $175, Jay. Holy fucking shit. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now for the $175? Oh my God, Jay, thank you so much. That is fucking insane. Thank you so much, Jay. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? As well as Mac T, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Alexandria, thank you. Taylor, I really appreciate it. Anya, thank you. I really appreciate it. I also need to catch up on YouTube, everyone. Give me 1 second. I really apologize. I'm a little bit behind. Jamie, thank you so much for the $1 or for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up with YouTube. Ask yourself. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I do need to start bringing up and talking about that as well. I totally agree. Reagan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Reagan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tasha, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gabe, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carrie. Haz, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Haz. Put some W's for Haz in the comment section. Trish, thank you for the $5. Echo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Libby with the $50. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dieter, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Sarah with the $26. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Victoria, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, everybody. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Romy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marin, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Marin. Can we get some W's for Marin in the comment section right now? As always, thank you so much, Marin. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Symbiotic, thank you so much for the $5 and for the $2. Thank you. Castillo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Bernard with the $20. Thank you so much. Marin with the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. Alexander with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Meg with the $20. Thank you so much, Meg. Can we get some W's for Meg in the comment section? Ellie, thank you so much for the $10. Ask yourself with the $5. Marin with the $10. Bernard with the $20. Jeremy with the $10. Sarah with the $5. Vivian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Ask yourself with the $2. Lavender, thank you so much for the $2. Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Clementine with the $2. Sarah with the $5. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Holy shit, I was so far behind. I'm so sorry, everyone. Libby with the $10. Thank you. Clementine with the $10. Kayla with the $5. Thank you. I think I'm caught up on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, I really appreciate it so much. Leonard as well. Thank you so much for the $50, Leonard. Can we get some W's for Leonard in the comment section right now? That was from an hour ago. I'm so sorry, Leonard, that I just saw that now. That was from before the conversation. Thank you so much, Leonard. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. W's for Leonard in the comment section. Kathy with the 10 membership subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you so much. And Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people. I'm completely caught up now. Let's go on to the next person real quick. I'm sorry. I'll try to, in the meantime, in the middle of the conversation, say thank you to people as well so that I don't have so many people to think in the middle between different debates. I really appreciate everyone so much. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. And thank you for the $1. Thank you. Kai with the $1. Thank you.
What the fuck?
Melody with the $7. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they accidentally did so. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So I voted for him in 2016, but it was like a reluctant vote. So I'm coming on here as someone who's actually intelligent. And part of what I think is like 66% of the Republican Party that voted for Trump, not only the first time, but also this most recent time, despite thinking that he was a horrible person and shouldn't be president. I don't think you have a lot of people that come on here that have that opinion and still voted for him. So I thought I'd try to get in.
If you could go back in time right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, who would you vote for?
Oh, I voted for Kamala.
Oh,
so
base. Well, I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for people who are currently MAGA. I do appreciate it very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm 35.
And do you support Donald Trump?
36, something like that. No, I don't support any of them puppets, man. Your voice doesn't matter.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. He says my voice doesn't matter, but there's currently almost like 8,000 people in the stream. I think it matters to them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Thank you so much. And for Kyle in the comment section, this is another separate Kyle, by the way, who's spamming panhandling in the comment section right now. I just want to let you know, I appreciate you very much, your support in the comment section every day to boost my stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Donald, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Abigail, thank you for the $1. And Miss Honey, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. That was just for you, Kyle. Okay, go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Really, I think I just support more of the GOP policies, and because they nominated him, I voted for him.
Okay, what policies particularly?
I like bringing more power back to the states, lower the EPA, and actually I'm a little bit for the tariffs. And I know you were on with Dean the other time, and you were talking about the environment and stuff, and I'm interested in that, and the renewable resources, how you say that's the key to the future. I believe, obviously, we can't keep using our natural resources, but I think we're spending a lot of money on the renewables, and it's not panning out the correct way.
I think it's actually significantly better. If we actually look at overall, there are cost-benefit analysis from like individual regulations through the context of the EPA, and they've actually indicated that only 2 where costs exceeded benefits. So actually what is true with all of these different regulations that we're imposing in terms of the environment is that they actually produce more benefit for society overall, whether that be reduction in health costs, whether that be like increasing people's access to specifically, conditions where it's going to be like healthier breathing air, right? Things like that, obviously, which is going to reduce the likelihood of people dying. Those are all important for specifically the benefits that we have as an overall society. So the costs imposed through the context of the regulation are significantly outweighed by the benefits that we see as our society overall, specifically through the context of the EPA restrictions and regulations. So if you want to gut the EPA to the degree that Trump is advocating for, that actually will lead to a worse off effect for society as a whole. Is it going to be better for companies that are going to profit more off of, polluting more? Yes, they will benefit. They will profit more. But will society profit more? No, we'll actually profit less as a society.
I can agree to the extent of the cuts, but I do think we are overregulated. Am I for clean air? Yes. Am I for all that? Yes. But at the same time, I also know I live in I live in Minnesota, and as we're shutting down some of the plants and getting the solar fields, we're actually taking up even, let's say, a vast percentage of farmland. I can tell you the farmers are selling out to the solar fields, which means we're producing less food, which means we have to get that food from somewhere else, correct?
Actually, a lot of the places where they're building solar farms are places where they didn't have farms. Like
No. I'm talking straight where I live.
Yeah, that's
I can
because
tell you exactly
it's more cost effective. So it was more cost effective for the farmer. Think about it this way: it was more cost effective for them to use that land to have solar energy rather than specifically through like farming any other type of crop. That's why they're specifically doing that. That's how the market operates, right? If the land is not being used in its most cost-efficient mechanism, right, there are going to be people that have a profit incentive to go in and to use that land in a different way.
Right. If you're going to pay me $1 million to put a solar field up, sure, I would sell my land. But if you're looking to better the nation, wouldn't in the long term, if solar fields aren't as productive as the reports are saying, which they're not. I mean, we just look at the California, who just shut down one of the largest solar fields around.
Why?
Then it wasn't cost effective. For the stuff was burning out. The
Where? Which solar farm?
What was it called? This was just last year. I mean, just last California. I have to search it up. It's been a while since I looked at it. The Ivanpah, Ivanpah system was shut down. It was a $2 billion California solar plant. It ran for a decade, but it didn't produce the same amount as the cost. So it was very much cost ineffective.
Okay. So that's just one out of all of the other ones, and that was in the desert, by the way.
Right. It's overheated. I mean, what I'm saying is we should use some common sense, right? And so there obviously wasn't enough studies done or enough reports done that we said, hey, let's put the solar field in the desert. And it's going to cost the taxpayers basically $2 billion.
So I just want to let you know, the Department of Energy indicates that it's going to be most specifically of the, what's it called? It's going to be most of the, it's going to produce a greater percentage of solar in the context of the United States. It's going to be a greater percentage of our energy output, and that's going to be the future. That's the reality because of the fact that it's becoming more cost efficient. Saying that one particular solar farm shut down is not indicative of the fact that it's, like not efficient. We can look at the fact that we've seen it reduce in the context of the price by like 3 to 4 times in the past 10 years, according to the Department of Energy.
Right. So at some point, don't we have to begin to trust our, let's say, neighbors, or so even the one that's building the solar farm here that's very close to me. One of the chairman's leaders, she's an executive in there, and her advice is I would get a generator because there will be power outages as they shut down the it's a coal plant by where I'm at, and there's a nuclear one close by, but they're saying get generators because there's gonna be. I'm just saying I would like to look at it more, and I think we throw a lot of money at stuff. I actually think on both sides of it, if it's Harris, if it's Trump, I think we waste a lot of government money, taxpayer money.
Yeah, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, by the way. And if you want to look at these overall, right, I could point to plenty of examples of coal power plants and nuclear, or every single type of power plant shutting down. Okay, well, I don't know why we would specifically point to one solar power plant and be like, because that one solar power plant underscored in terms of its production of solar because of a reduction in the amount of sun that they would have thought otherwise. They thought there would be more sun in the area than there was in that specific area.
It's also one of the oldest ones, so you would reap the results of that.
What do you mean?
So so that's 10 years old, right? And so it's one of the it was one of the first ones around. And so this is like any study, you'd go to the original, how did this perform versus ones that are just being created now.
Wait, I'm sorry, you wouldn't just look at one, right? Can you
No, but I'm saying all of them. So let's look at
you would
all
look
the ones
what's the
that were created 10
percentage
years
of
ago.
solar farms shutting down comparative to other types of energy production?
Obviously I don't have that information. I'm just, it was just one of the reasons why I see this, and so I'm wondering, are we going to be cost effective in the end? And I have to look to, okay, so when an energy person that works in the energy field that is creating a solar farm is telling me that I should get a generator, should I not be a little concerned?
Wait, what do you? I'm confused. What do you mean? Go back. Sorry.
So, if the chairman of the energy building the solar field to replace the coal plant, so this is her job, this is what she does, this is where she works, and she says, I would get a generator if I was you because there will be power outages. Should I not trust her?
Okay, so well, you're not. Of course, like I'm gonna understand that there are going to be like a need for batteries, and there's gonna be a need for generators, and there's also going to be a need for other types of energy production other than solar. We're not saying solar is the only method of energy production.
Right, so we can agree with batteries. Then,
there are
but
inconsistencies
that is still mining,
when
and that is still a natural resource, correct?
Of course.
I mean, the lithium, the lead, the nickel.
Wait, I'm sorry. You act like batteries don't exist in our society right now.
No, I'm saying they do, but we're saying we can't do the natural resources because we're gonna run out, right?
I'm
That's what
sorry,
they're saying with the coal.
that's just to store energy. And also, I was giving you plenty of different others in terms of some things that you need to take into account. It's not just solar. We use other different types of energy processes as well. Just because there's inconsistency with solar at different times doesn't mean that we can't offset that by utilizing wind, by utilizing tidal, by utilizing nuclear, right? There are so many different things that we can point to that we could utilize in the inconsistencies with solar and wind that will still allow for it to be
I can
effective.
agree.
Secondly, again, this all takes away from the fact that the regulations imposed by the EPA have a cost-benefit analysis that indicates that they have significantly higher benefits than they have costs. So given that they have significantly higher benefits than they have costs with our overall society as a whole, the idea that they cost more in terms of the regulations or they make our society worse is obviously ridiculous, and it actually makes our society better off and makes us, have more money as a society.
Who have more money?
Everyone, and as our society as a whole.
I guess I don't agree with that, but
What do you not agree with? I'm telling you, the cost-benefit analysis from the EPA indicated that only 2 of their regulations, through the context of 2001 and 2016, were estimated to show that they had greater levels of cost than benefits. So that means, what's it called? 53, right? Regulations out of 55 were better for benefits than they were for costs.
okay. Obviously, you have it in front of you. I don't, and so, but at the same time, more regulations get in place, and again, I'm not for like reckless abandonment and creating bad environments, but at some point, do you believe manufacturing has moved because of EPA regulations to other countries that do not have the same regulations to make stuff cheaper?
So just because other places around the world wouldn't have these regulations doesn't mean we shouldn't have these regulations in place. And if it, there were to be manufacturers that go to other places to produce for cheaper, given that is the case that they have to produce it in the country due to these particular safety regulations, that doesn't mean we should get rid of our safety regulations. That's like claiming that we should specifically not have safety regulations on cars so that we can have better production for cars from United States producers comparative to countries around the world, because they'll produce other, cars from countries around the world that won't have the same types of standards as what we have here.
Sure. And so, if you obviously said we need to care about all that, and the human, should we not care about those countries then, or should we not
What do you mean?
allow those countries to produce, and that's why we tariff them, saying don't produce this stuff because you allow less regulations than we allow.
You want to wait? Sorry, say that one more time.
So let's say manufactured a car. Well, you use car as an example, so we'll just say a car, and they produced in a different country because it's less regulations. So should we say that is okay and not tariff the cars that are coming in because they have less regulations? I think some of the EPA reports it's positive and everything, and you can save more money, but it's because manufacturing is moving.
So yeah,
or has moved.
So the Paris Climate Accords is how we're going to address it from an international standpoint, and different types of international addresses, right? And you understand that Trump has reduced us from being able to do that. Everyone's claim was always, nothing we will do will matter until China does something, and then China announces that they're doing something while the United States is not doing shit.
Well, I mean, if you believe everything China announces, that's silly. I mean, obviously, and I think America lies themselves on the full report of everything. But I do think we need to regulate, if we're going to allow manufacturing to go overseas, and so we can go into the tariff.
Wait, what do they get from lying about emissions?
What do they get from, just to say that they're a better environment, that the conditions are better? It's.
I mean, Trump doesn't even believe in climate change. Why would that matter to the world stage if Trump doesn't even believe in climate change? He thinks it's a hoax.
Are we talking about this climate change or the environment of manufacturing? Because that's what we're talking about. I'm not talking about climate change. I was talking about the EPA's regulations on manufacturing. So if we're switching to climate change, then that's a different thing.
We're going to have
'Cause we're talking about
environmental
emissions.
regulations to limit the effects of climate change.
Because I personally don't believe that there's the whole climate change thing.
Wait, say that one more time?
I don't believe in the whole climate change
Oh,
to the
you
degree
don't?
that no.
Okay.
So-
So you
and I
deny
live in a
so you
state
deny the consensus amongst climate scientists.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you don't accept science?
I believe science proves to me. I believe some sciences, and I think some don't. So I believe in
what
like let's
sciences
say
do
the
you
science
believe
of
in? What
biology,
sciences do you not believe?
biology, anatomy. I believe in those sciences.
Okay, so
That
so why do you
you
believe in those
dissect an
sciences
animal,
but
you
not
see the
others?
parts. The environmental, because I don't think it's been proven. I think a lot of it is
It
still
has
in
been.
the
Think of the future encounter.
I don't.
It has been
I don't
proven.
think it has, because you can find equal reports that say the opposite. If we want to look up one subject, then we search it all, and obviously, there are scientists still fighting over the environment change.
Wait, I'm sorry. You understand that 97% of climate scientists indicate that the climate is increasing global temperature and that it's caused by humans.
Global
that's a
temperature,
fact.
I do believe that, but there's many
That's
factors.
climate change.
Okay, sure, but it's also have you studied or looked up? We'll go back to solar fields. The temperatures around the solar fields, how much that is increasing. The asphalt's on the road. I'm saying there's a lot of things in play that increases the environmental aspect of it all. When you say humans do it, yeah, we made the roads.
According to science, that has less of an impact comparative to, again, the usage of fossil fuels.
I don't know what you're asking there. I'm sorry.
I said it's been
That last
indicated to
part.
be less impactful towards the temperature of the Earth comparative to fossil fuels. And yeah, like, would you like to address that?
I obviously don't have that. I mean, so if you can tell me what that is, so I can look it up. What you just
don't have
what
what?
report you're reading from? The report that you're reading that you said 97% of the scientists agree.
Yeah, just look up 97% of climate scientists say that climate change is caused by humans. In the meantime, let me say thank you to people while he looks this up real quick. Let me say thank you to a few people. Rab, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Rab. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would definitely love to, honestly. Bobman, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Liz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Marin, again, thank you for the $10 for thanks, Kyle. Lol. Tequila, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Kaylee, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Anne, as well, thank you for the $1. I think I'm caught up. As well as Marin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's been a lot cooler here in LA recently. Coral as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Happy Sunday. My day's been great so far. I hope yours has been great as well. Va, thank you so much. Really appreciate the autumn leaves. Thank you. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, I was just looking up, and I was just trying to click the link of the fossil fuels because that's what you quoted, and it had the 404 error, so it won't even show me that part, which kind of drives me crazy. But so I wish I could see that. So I'm on the NASA site. It seems like that's where it popped me up to.
Okay, so the point is, if you accept science, you should not support Donald Trump, because Donald Trump literally thinks that the climate is going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. He thinks that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism, which actually all the evidence indicates that there's no association when taking into account siblings and genetic factors. Within the context of a Swedish study, there was 2.5 million people that were looked over who were children specifically for pregnancies where people specifically utilized Tylenol during the context of pregnancy, right? And not. And it determined that it is the case that there is no association between Tylenol usage and during pregnancy and autism.
So based off that statement alone, I shouldn't support Trump.
Yeah, like he doesn't believe in science. He undermines science. I can give other examples. Those are pretty good reasons to not support the guy.
So the whole GOP I should not support because they made I would say false claim, because I disagree. I know people with autism. Tylenol didn't. I guess I just can't. I would need more than one statement that I think is inaccurate. And so, like...
Oh, I can give you way more than that. He said that we should look into utilizing disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should look into utilizing nukes to take out hurricanes, right, to limit their effects.
I think we should look into effects of hurricanes. Not I think we should
using nuclear weapons to address that. And then he also said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Okay, but again, he's not making a policy over it. I mean, I make stupid statements. And my opinion is, I think I've heard you make some statements that I would call phallus, but I would have to look that up. I've like even that last 3
How
debates.
many examples could I give you of him lying about science in order for you to stop supporting him?
How many? It would have to be a lot, to be honest with you. If it's just about science, I just look at the person, my next door neighbor. So you talked, and I don't want to switch subjects on you. I'm sorry. So I look around, right? I live in Minnesota. I can tell you where I live in. I live in a very democratic state, right? Obviously, I mean, he was Harris's vice president is my governor. And I don't see the climate change here, right? Right where I'm at, I have not seen it. I lived here for 20, 30 years, and I have not had the climate change.
Okay. Well, my grandpa, he's not alive anymore. He was a farmer in Iowa practically his whole life. He noticed the climate changing throughout his life. And I think that he'd be more inclined to understand a change in the climate because he was a farmer and relied on the climate to produce crops.
So if I told you, and I'm lying because this isn't, if I told you I was a farmer in Minnesota for the last 26 years and haven't noticed the climate change, you would believe me then?
I would say that could be representative for the last 20 years where you are, that you haven't noticed much of a change. But I could point to specifically that there's a greater level of change over a longer period of time, given that my grandpa was alive for a longer period of time. It has more than 20 years. Way more than 20 years.
And how would he base that off? I mean, he must have gave you examples if he said it. I mean, obviously, I didn't hear your grandpa say it, right? So I got to trust you, right? And obviously, you're in a...
Wait, but
you're in the side that
we're
wants to
making
persuade me.
making anecdotal claims. And that's also really close to the area at which you are. Like,
I know. I only drive through Iowa. I don't stay there too often. But that's what I'm saying is, because I actually don't think we're that far apart in the sense of what we actually believe in. I actually think you care about people. I know I care about people.
I know.
And
I think you're misinformed, and I say that because it's true. I say that because the scientists have indicated
you say
this
it's
to be
true
the
that I'm
case.
misinformed?
Yes, you are. I mean, I'm serious. This is akin to someone saying the Earth is flat. You have just as much evidence for your belief system in terms of how science operates as people who believe that the Earth is flat.
Sure. Maybe I believe the Earth is flat.
Do you? No, you don't.
But
Come on.
I do joke about it a lot.
No, but you understand what I mean, right? Like, you would think it's absurd for someone to believe the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So then, like,
but even
if you have the
science has
same
changed it.
evidentiary basis as someone who believes that the Earth is flat, wouldn't that be absurd?
You're gonna have to say that again because you probably
Wouldn't
used a bigger word that I wouldn't understand.
That's fine. Wouldn't it be absurd, right? If it has the same evidentiary basis as people who believe that the Earth is flat, same basis in evidence.
We're talking about science here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. But I mean, until science keeps going, right? Because I'm going to say something and you're just going to come at me because I know it. I look at science and I look at creation. I'm a believer. And so to me, science always proves creation, right? And so if I was to tell you in Revelations where it says that the earth will be destroyed, it doesn't surprise me that humans are destroying the earth.
Well, I don't accept revelation. I'm not a Christian.
I know you don't. And so that's a level of faith, and that's why I'm saying you would come at me with that. And so, but when I look at science, I see creation.
Yeah,
I see
but
a
like
God.
you're just superimposing that. You're just saying because we exist, that means that there has to be a God. One, that doesn't mean it has to be specifically the God that you believe in. It could be a different depiction of God. It could be an evil notion of God, right? That God could have still caused this universe into existence. And I actually think that that would explain this set of circumstances we're in a lot more than, you know, the Christian God especially. So I don't think that it justifies creation as well, right? Because, you know, everything could have existed always, right? And it just, you know, shows up in different forms, right?
Well, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
There was a center of mass that always existed, and then from that point, then came every other aspect of reality. So, I mean, that's obviously possible. That could be a natural explanation for why we exist. No one knows
Well,
what
that
the
takes just
explanation
as much
is.
faith as
I'm an
me.
agnostic atheist. I don't know what the
Right.
explanation is. The reason why I say that I don't hold the same faith that you do is because I don't believe in any of these positions, because I think that I don't have enough reason or evidence to believe in something.
And you also haven't experienced it.
Well, it's not just I mean, I don't think the experiences, you know, are a good argument. Because
Sure, but if
they're not reproducible like in science.
Oh, there very much is. I can tell
No,
you of
it's
a guy
not.
that was. I can tell you a guy that was healed of AIDS, HIV, and I can show you the medical
I'm
report
sorry. I'm
before
sorry.
and afterwards. So
Yeah,
are you
but
saying?
Christianity?
So you don't believe a doctor?
Christianity didn't do that.
Oh, it very much did, but you won't believe it. What did it then?
No.
If a doctor says he doesn't know
Christianity,
what did it,
what makes you think that Christianity did that?
because I was hands on. I was praying with him. I was the one that was doing that, and so I'm just saying if the report beforehand
dude.
says yes, and the
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Let's think about it this way. Let's think about it this way. Someone is sick, right?
Yep.
They pray to get better. They then the next day get better. Does that mean the prayer caused them to get better?
How would you know?
Exactly. It's an unfalsifiable claim, right? And there are a lot of people around the world that pray, especially before things that they're going to do. It's very common within our society. So is it possible that something would happen after prayer? Yes. Does that mean that the prayer caused that? No. It just means that people pray a lot in our society. That's all it means. And that when people pray, and it happens a lot, things that are unlikely to occur are going to happen alongside people praying because it's so likely for people to pray. Think about it this way. If 90% of people pray, right? And it is the case that this happens to 0.0001% of people, 90% of the people that it would happen to in terms of the 0.0001% of people, right, would be praying. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. But what I'm saying is you just told me that I got to believe 97% of scientists, climate scientists. But if I showed you the medical report of the day before, the night of prayer, and the day after, would you believe the medical report?
Well, I would believe the medical report said that. Would I believe that the medical report is indicating a fact about like some theological claims? No. I don't think it has anything to do with like theology. I don't think it has anything to do with a God existing. I don't think it,
But I'm
honestly, I'm gonna be
saying
totally
some
honest. I don't think it has anything to do with the prayer.
I knew where you would come from. I've heard you debate that before, and so that's why I'm always leery to go in there. But I'm saying some of the stuff you believe, I think, takes just as much faith as it takes me. And so, like,
What took faith?
and so, what?
What took faith?
That you, well, even that you say your faith or my faith?
What took faith out of all the beliefs I have? Because faith means belief without evidence. What took faith out of all the beliefs that I just said?
When you're talking about there was just a big blob, basically Big Bang, and then all things were created from that.
I said I don't know what the explanation is. I told you things that could be the case.
So you have no belief whatsoever from the beginning.
I have no clue what came prior to the Big Bang.
Well, now you just said before the Big Bang, so you assume that the Big Bang is real.
Well, the Big Bang is obviously true, yeah.
Well, that takes more faith. That takes just as much faith as it does in God.
No, there's
But,
there's evidence for the Big Bang. I can tell you the evidence. You want me to tell you the evidence for the Big Bang?
Sure.
Cosmic background radiation photons. You can literally see the afterglow of the expansion of the universe. All the Big Bang is expansion of the universe, right?
Yeah.
So we can actively see that expansion.
Yeah, as it says in the Bible, God is increasing the heavens. So you're seeing evidence of God.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you actually are. But we're getting past the point, right?
How
We're
is
not
that
gonna-
evidence
this
of
is-
God? How is that evidence of God, bro?
You're just seeing the heavens grow.
I'm sorry. What makes you think that's the heaven? You think that the planets and the universes and the star systems that exist across the universe, you think that's heaven?
The third heaven, yes.
So space is heaven. So is Mars in heaven?
The third heavens, yes.
Mars is in heaven. Okay.
But I don't want to go into
wait, I have a question. Is the sun in heaven?
Okay. Yes.
So to clarify, the rover on Mars is in heaven?
Yes,
Persevere,
the
Mason.
third heavens.
Wow. The rover on Mars is in heaven. Okay, that's an interesting one. I haven't heard that one before. So like the satellites that are out in the solar system, that's in heaven, and we're actively looking at what heaven looks like.
Yes. I'm just going to say yes because I didn't want to get into the theological with you.
I'm sorry,
'cause
you
we could-
don't believe that, do you?
I do believe it.
Okay. How old is the Earth?
What is it? 6,000 something, 7,000? Yep.
We have human civilization going back further than that.
No.
Yes, we do.
You're getting into a theological argument.
Do you
I
think
am so sorry.
Neanderthals existed? Neanderthals existed well over 7,000 years ago. Okay? 8,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. You understand that Neanderthals existed well beyond that. And you know that a lot of Europeans have Neanderthal DNA, right? So can you explain to me how a lot of Europeans have Neanderthal DNA? If Neanderthals, right, existed prior to, the creation of Earth?
I can't. I don't have anything to do with that. I don't know what you're actually saying. So
Do you know what Neanderthals are?
Yes. People, the caveman type thing.
Yeah. Do you think they existed?
I wouldn't call them that. I would call them humans. But I don't believe the aging of them what you're saying, however old you think they are.
So you think they're Homo sapien?
Yes, I think they're humans.
So then you disagree with
believe in
biologists on
evolution.
the classification? Okay. You don't believe in evolution?
No. There's
Okay,
micro.
so do you believe in the ark?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that God put 2 of every single animal on the ark, right?
No.
No?
No, because he put 2 of some, 5 of others. Yeah, you'd actually read Exodus to know.
2 of some, 5 of others. Okay. So then,
different.
Okay, sure. Do you think dinosaurs existed?
Yep.
Yeah. So did did
I
God
think
put
majority of them
dinosaurs
were.
on the ark?
I think majority of them were killed in the flood.
Oh, okay. They were killed in the flood. So dinosaurs existed prior to the flood. So humans lived amongst dinosaurs, under your view.
Oh, absolutely.
How come there's no fossil records of that?
Of what?
Humans living alongside dinosaurs.
You got a source for me to say that?
I'm just asking, how come you have
you
no
made that
fossil
point, so
records of this?
I don't know. I've never looked into fossils. So you're saying there is no point. So you would have to have something, right? So if you made that claim, right? I think you say if you make
If
the
I
claim, you
said
gotta
that
give
there
me
are no
something.
fossil records that indicate this, how could I provide you fossil records that indicate that? What am I supposed to
you'd
show
have to-
you?
You'd have to show me something that says there are none.
You want me? Okay. You want me to show you? Give you like
I'm
a
just
source?
saying, right? I mean, because I'm not a what archaeologist, is that what the ones that study that? So I'm not that.
Yeah. You think
But
that most? You think?
we
Wait. So
got
to
way off
clarify,
subject.
you want me to give you a source? We can go to the Smithsonian, by the way. Right. You want me to give you a source that there's no fossil records of human beings living alongside dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. You know,
I
got
know
you.
you're looking it up because I'm looking it up too because I'm just trying to find where you're going with this.
Yes, yeah, right here. Let's take a look at this real quick. It's loading up right now. Give it 1 second. If you'd like to look up usgs.gov, it's USGS Science for a Changing World. Yeah, it talks about when dinosaurs existed and when like in relation.
Again,
to
they're
human
going to say
beings.
66 million years ago, right? So we're going to go with a timeline issue.
Okay, so you don't
Obviously-
accept that source?
I don't accept a lot of these sources actually, but I mean even the ones say
Do you accept the Smithsonian?
on what on carbon dating and all that? I wouldn't. Why what makes you say I should?
No, I'm talking about on
Buy
fossil
that.
records, but okay. So you
Yeah.
don't accept. Okay, so regardless of the sources I give you, you won't accept it, even if it's from the Trump administration's governmental sources.
Probably not.
No,
But
you wouldn't.
sure, give it to me.
He wouldn't believe it. Probably not. Okay, you know what? How about this? So is there any evidence of the Ark?
I believe there is.
I mean,
It's
really?
in,
What's the evidence?
what mountains? I gotta look it up. The guy that. But you're not gonna believe any guy I give you because he believes in God, right? You're not gonna believe any of my sources.
I mean, I would be able to believe the sources if they were, reproducible, if they meet the scientific method. Let him look it up. In the meantime, I'm gonna think a few people real quick. Let me think a few people while he looks it up. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Vincent, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Chris, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said there's a few people actually that said this. They said here in Oregon, I've watched the glaciers in the Cascades recede year after year since I was a kid as the climate has warmed. It's very apparent comparing it to when it was when I was a kid in the 90s. Vincent, thank you for the $5. They said also here in California we had long years of droughts. Longest one of my life was 2011 through 2017. Yes, I remember that actually. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said it's 90 degrees here this week. This is unheard of in October 30 years ago. Marin, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said as a nurse practitioner working in cancer care and a nurse for 15 years, this administration is going to collapse our healthcare system due to anti-science. Thank you so much, Marin. I appreciate it. Yes, that is actually, it's actually horrible what's happening. Brian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. As well as Symbiotic, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I ethically lean towards it, but I disagree with the prescriptions in terms of the specific terminology, but ideologically lean towards it. Diet, haven't switched to it though. Wacky, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Go ahead. Did you find your source or find your information?
So Andrew Jones is the one that's a big guy on it. From the East Turkey expedition, is if you Google him right away, it would be first. Where he believes in the
What's his
radars and
name?
everything.
Wait, say his name again.
Sorry, Andrew Jones.
Appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much, Andrew Jones. So,
But we got way off here. I didn't want to talk theology with you because I know where you come from.
so by the way, this isn't evidence of Noah's Ark.
I'm just saying he has the. If you click in and you start seeing his studies on the Noah's Ark and everything
So,
about
by
it.
the way, these are natural, like little divots that exist in the mountains in that area. Did you know that? I'm not trolling.
I know what you're saying. I knew. The problem is I know what you're gonna say about that stuff, and so
There's no boat. It's literally just like a specific divot in the mountains that they're claiming is the Ark.
Okay.
It's literally just a naturally occurring divot.
So, you don't believe in the Ark, so we can't go into the Ark. But what was Ark made of?
Well, what do you think the Ark was made of? It depends on your view.
Wood.
You think it was just made out of wood? That's it?
Wood and different things to hold it together.
Like what?
I'd have to look it up.
Okay. So
I mean, obviously.
wood. Okay.
But I'm just
where
saying.
Okay. So, and how big was the boat?
Cubits. I don't know the measurements of cubits. Like I would have to look it up. I mean, you can look it up. Whatever. I'm gonna tell you. I could look it up, and I'm gonna just believe what they say. This is how many cubics it was. This is how big it was. This is how wide it was, and everything. Your claim is gonna be how could every animal fit on that, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Right. I mean, that's generally where we're gonna go. So, and again, I can't fathom it. I don't necessarily know it all. In that
And
realm.
what about the animals that rely on eating other animals? Did they just like kill a bunch of animals and make them go extinct?
No, I don't think so.
So how do they eat if they only eat? Like how did any carnivores survive?
Maybe that's why you put 5 on. I don't know.
You put
It-
what?
So it's a total of 150 days, let's say.
So you're saying that
371
they could eat enough. So they just killed like 4 of them in the species, or 3 of them. So he brought some species on just to be eaten.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't there, right? So I don't want to make a presumption and then because I know you do a beautiful job attacking any presumptions. So I don't want to make any. But I only can go based off
And I have a question: were termites on the boat?
because they would eat the wood. I love that. Sure. And maybe that's why that's why you can't see the wood anymore. However, I understand your argument. I understand all that, but I can't deny the stuff that I've seen, the stuff that I experienced. And I wouldn't be as good as an apologist that knows all this stuff that could tell you the how many years the Bible has been over and written and accurate. I'm not that type of argument.
Here's
And
my point though.
faith-
Like people claim experiences with a bunch of different religions. How do we know which religion's accurate?
I actually believe the Muslims have experiences. I believe in spiritual experiences. So the accuracy is whose God is more right. Because if you're talking about, let's say, my God versus Muslim and
But if they've
Muhammad,
experienced different religions, how could that be Jesus?
I didn't say they experienced Jesus.
Okay.
I
then
said there is
what religions
spiritual
are they
experiences.
experiencing? So what are they are they like engaging with angels or demons or?
Angels and demons, I believe heavily in that. Yeah, absolutely.
So you think that they're engaging with angels and demons, and that those are the spiritual experiences? right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then how do you know that you're not having an experience from a demon?
You could absolutely be right, but I can only go based off my faith.
Okay, so then you could have faith in the devil.
Oh, then people do. You obviously know that.
Well, I'm just saying, how do you know that you don't have faith in the devil? Because the devil could just masquerade as an angel of light in order to get you to follow them.
You see, you know the scripture.
Yeah, so then why don't you
A
give a
wolf in
response
sheep
to that?
clothing.
What do you mean a wolves in sheep's clothing? I told you I'm an atheist. Because I know this, I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I went to church twice a week as a kid.
Oh.
Of course I'm gonna know.
Right. And so but saying you see, you think people are foolish when they just have a blind faith.
I think it's bad for
Right.
society because it is the case that it normalizes believing things with no evidence, which leads to more misinformation becoming rampant. I understand wanting to feel like you have an explanation for, like, you know, people still living and being able to be like in an afterlife and stuff. I get wanting to feel that. It's very comfortable. I get it. And people fall into it because of like how it's normalized in our society. But I don't think it's good reasoning. And I think that type of reasoning is really, really bad for society. And that's why people like watch Fox News and believe the election was rigged in 2020 and, you know, believe
And
that
I can
vaccines
tell you, I
aren't
don't
safe
watch
and
Fox
effective and
News.
don't believe in science and believe evolution is fake. It's like,
I
I'm
don't watch
serious.
Fox
It's like
News.
people believe things without evidence, and it leads to all of those different types of views because people don't look for evidence behind their beliefs because we've normalized believing in things without evidence. Now, like, I want a coalition
thing
bill
is,
with like people. I disagree with I disagree with Christians, but I'm not saying that because I believe that, you know, someone's wrong or something, that like I'm not willing to, like, you know, like them as a person or be their friend or something. I like liberal Christians. I like progressive Christians. I want a coalition build with them, especially in politics. But I disagree with the worldview, and I do think that the underlying bases of believing things without any evidence are prescriptions that are harmful for society and lead to a lot of the views that are harmful on behalf of, you know, Trump supporters that we condemn.
And so we need evidence, right? Sure. So we can take the evidence, right? And so if I say I've laid hands on people and they're healed, I have evidence. Now, you would take that and say that's not evidence, that's just happenstance. Because you couldn't define.
Repeat what you consider evidence. Sorry.
If I laid hands on someone, which I have, and they were healed.
Okay. Yeah. I said that's a correlation.
Right, again, you're not going to count that as evidence.
Yeah, I count that as a correlation causation fallacy.
Right. And so, you see, I'm going to count that as evidence.
Okay, that's like me counting it as evidence to say that, for example, again, I specifically, I prayed to Ben 10 when I was sick to not be sick anymore. And then the next day I wasn't sick. So
Did it happen?
Yes, I wasn't sick anymore. So Ben 10 saved me from my sickness. That serves as evidence that Ben 10 is the creator of the universe.
If that was true, that you really did pray that, which it wasn't.
It was.
But it's
I'm
fine.
serious. I actually did.
I think you're just doing one of those things.
I did it before this debate to pray to win this debate, and that's why I'm winning it right now.
You might be winning it.
I pray to Ben 10, and then like I literally win the debate. That's what happens because I pray to win.
Okay. Again, I went with the GOP. We got way off subject. I went with it because they do line up more with my views. I do think. Here's what I wish, Parker, and I enjoyed talking to you. Here's what I wish. I wish we weren't so far divided by a political sides, because I think on a human side, we're not as divided as people think. Politically, I think our nation is divided. If you take the last 4 elections, where we're not even getting 75% on one side or the other, it hurts a nation. And so that's fine.
Okay, watch this. Who divides the country more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
you want to say specific names. And I'm going to tell you, I wish Trump never gave a speech. I think he's an ass. But the GOP nominated him. Okay.
Who divides the
and
country more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I think they both do.
Who divides more?
I'm trying to find a metrics to how to measure this, and because I can only do it based off votes, right? And so, and also again, like I said, I live in a liberal state, and so when I see Governor Walz, because I'm going to say he was on Harris's ballot as vice president, she divided it more with him.
How so? How so?
Because of the stuff he did in Minnesota. So I'm saying my judgment is, allowing the corruption during the COVID hour. Look up the warehouse that was bought by the government during the COVID time. Look up the daycare where millions of dollars were sent overseas, the daycare scandal. I'm just telling you stuff that's happened in Minnesota, and I don't actually know where you're from. Obviously you're connected close with Iowa, but I'm just saying there's different things that happened.
Okay. Would you like to give me a source for either of those claims?
Sure. I mean, I'm assuming you trust a news source that is liberal.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
So Carol Evan would have did the daycare. That was an undercover thing.
What was the title?
I'm looking it up.
I'll give you time in the meantime. Josh, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Anya, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mad, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so cool. They said Minnesota is one of the states most impacted by climate change. At least one study shows that over 99% of peer-reviewed studies support the general consensus that global warming is happening and man-made. And Mad said that they're a climate scientist. W, Mad, for your work. That's amazing. That's amazing. Michael with the $60. Thank you so much. I really appreciate for keep doing what you're doing. I'm watching on YouTube. Base, can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? W's for Michael in the comment section. I appreciate it. Thank you. Make sure to show some love to Michael in the YouTube comment section, especially. Callista, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. That's great. That's great. I love that. Mark as well. Thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Mark. Again, W's for Michael in the comment section. I appreciate it, Michael. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over your YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. Josh, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Libby. Sage, thank you for the $5. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Josh, thank you for the $5. Monique, thank you for the $4. Sage, thank you for the $5. And Vincent, thank you for the $5, as well as Monique, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And Mort, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.66. Thank you. Did you find your source?
You can just, it's called, they did the overbilling scandal, Child Care Assistance Program, CCAP fraud, sorry.
What's the title?
Child Care Assistance Program, CCAP fraud. Carol Evan is the news. I just looked up Carol Evan because I remember they doing the report.
A Child Care Assistant Program?
Yeah, and the fraud. And again, it just comes...
Fraud. All right, we're looking it up. Let's look. Assessment of fraud allegations. This is in 2019. When was Tim Walz in office? When was Tim Walz elected? He assumed office in 2019. So when he was assuming office was in 2019, and it was in January 2019. And this is a special review from March 2019. And of what years does it go over? 1990 to... Hold up. Yeah, this wouldn't even go over stuff.
Well, it would have been before his response.
Yeah, wouldn't this be before Tim Walz?
I guess maybe it's the way it was handled. And I couldn't tell you if we actually had Republican House or Senate or whatever in charge. I'm just saying because of what I felt, and I'm going to tell you as a taxpayer, and I'm still paying, and so I can show you that because of some of the stuff that done, I have to pay.
You see the OLA assessment of the fraud allegation. Here we go. We did not find evidence to substantiate Stillman's allegations that there were 100 million in CCAP fraud annually. We did, on the other hand, find that state CCAP fraud investigators generally agree with Stillman's opinions about the level of CCAP fraud, as well as to why it's so pervasive. Minnesota prosecutors have proven fraud in the state's child care assistance program, and we discussed those in chapter 2. The level of fraud prosecutors have proven is around 5 to 6 million over several years, and those are several years prior to Tim Walz. Here in the investigation, it's talking about 2013 and 2014 and 2011. So wait, was this... Yeah, this has nothing to do with Tim Walz at all.
I'm saying it was the way it was handled. It came out in 2019, right? He was just taking office.
So you mean he did an investigation into this?
He didn't do the investigation.
I meant like he incentivized it. What else could it be? Because I mean, other than that, like this just looks like something that has nothing to do with Tim Walz.
Okay, you win.
And how is this making this country more divisive too? Like
I'm
I
saying,
think, like who's more divisive, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? It's clearly Donald Trump, right? Do you want me to give explicit examples as to why it's Donald Trump?
I know.
If you want to talk about allowing for corruption, we can talk about Donald Trump specifically, literally dropping a meme coin and then rug pulling it.
A what?
He dropped a meme coin and rug pulled it. He made like $700-800 million rug pulling his meme coin.
Okay. Sure. And I mean, that's why we have the apps now that we can do the same stocks as all our congressmen and make millions of dollars, right?
What? I'm confused. Like,
I'm joking. I was joking around because there's an app created where you can see the legislation.
I understand. I don't see how that was relevant towards you addressing the points that I brought up, though.
What I'm saying is, I believe that is happening on both sides. I'm making laws so I can make more money based off the stuff I invest in or based on the people that invest in me. So I'm gonna say I don't agree with that. But I do believe lawmakers, including Trump, I'll say including Trump, but I'll also say including Harris. If you don't think Harris does it, then again, you just look through rose-colored glasses. If
then
you don't
tell me what she did. Tell me what she did.
I'm not saying I have proof of it. That's what I'm saying.
Then why are you specifically saying that she's more divisive? I can give you proof and evidence that Donald Trump's more divisive. Do you want me to give you more evidence? He said that he hates his opponent. Is that divisive?
Do you hate Trump? Do you hate Trump?
I'm asking you if that's divisive.
Obviously, the word hate is, but I'm saying, I'm probably, maybe we can look it up really quick. Does Harris ever say she hates Trump? I'm sorry if you're on the opposite side. I mean, you hate Trump.
By the way, I don't think that we can actually have unity by specifically supporting Donald Trump. I hate him, and I want to be divisive towards him, because it is the case that he is incredibly divisive towards our country. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. All of those things make this country worse off. So I don't think that there's unity to be had in supporting people like Donald Trump. I think the way that you have unity is by you not supporting people like Donald Trump, who actively undermine the unity of this country, that polarize it to a greater extent, that allow for greater levels of corruption, that literally have tried to undermine our constitutionally protected rights. Which,
again, I mean, even the Democrats had tried to affect the amendment rights on something. I agree
Like
with
what?
you.
Tell me
on-
one
I agree
amendment
with
that
you
they violated.
that I agree with you. No, I'm saying there's always the battle for the Second Amendment, right? There always is. It doesn't matter what you say. There always is on both sides.
How are they violating the Second Amendment?
Wanting the gun control, wanting all that.
What, you
And-
wait,
and
so you want
before-
zero? So you want zero gun control because both sides want gun control. So they're both violating the Second Amendment under your view.
Yes, that's what
Okay,
I
so-
didn't. Didn't I say both sides are?
Okay.
Didn't I
Well,
say
so
both
sure,
sides?
sure, you could say that, but like I think that there's a well-regulated militia, right? I don't think that specifically like a gun control policy is going to be a violation of the Second Amendment. Now, if you do consider that a violation of the Second Amendment, then I don't think you, morally speaking, care about that constitutionally protected right being violated, I guess. But with the First Amendment, with the Fourth Amendment,
No,
with
wait,
the Fifth
wait,
Amendment,
okay.
with the 14th Amendment, I think that we could say we agree with like due process rights. I think we can say we agree with free speech and, you know, the protections under the First Amendment. I think that we could say we can agree with like, you know, not, you know, violating people's rights to literally like fair like searches, right? Like, you know, where they can't just like search without reason and without a warrant.
I can agree with that. The Second Amendment is, you kind of jumped all over, so I can take each amendment. Second Amendment, again, to be honest, I am so for guns. You want to know how many I own?
I don't really care, to be honest.
0.
Okay.
But
So
what
you're
I'm
not for guns?
No, I am for it. I'm just saying I don't have that thing there, but I do think we have to, people have the right to that, because that's what was in the
Okay.
amendment. Do you understand what I'm?
Okay, I have a question. Do you think
Yeah.
that people should legally be able to buy miniguns?
Mini guns
Yeah.
or many? I didn't. Which one?
What do you mean, how many?
No. Did you say mini or
Minigun.
many?
Minigun. Yeah, like a minigun.
I actually don't know what a minigun is. So it's
Okay, how about an RPG?
I think that's fine.
You think people should legally be able to carry an RPG? I have a question. Do you think that people should be able to legally carry an RPG in public?
I don't see a need for it.
No, should they legally be able to?
It wouldn't bother me if the lawmakers say that. I'm just saying it wouldn't bother me. It would bother you.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. This is
Why?
not GTA, bro. This
No,
is
but
not
what-
GTA. I don't think people should just be able to open carry RPGs in public, bro. I'm walking on the street getting a fucking coffee, bro, and there's a guy that pulls up with an RPG and he can just open carry that? No, I wouldn't want that. What type of fucking society do you want to live in? Holy shit.
I'm wondering. I mean, so I'm in a conceal state, carry and conceal, right? And so you're basing your weapon on the level of destruction it can cause, right?
Yeah, I
mean,
don't
that's
think
what-
people.
that-
I don't think people should be able to get RPGs, AK-47s, and miniguns, and stuff that you can buy in ammunition and GTA 5. Like
Okay,
seriously,
but why?
that's ridiculous.
But why?
Why? Because
Yeah.
of how harmful that it is, and you don't need it to. You don't need it to engage in self-defense.
You don't need
The fact that you asked me why is crazy. What? You want people to be able to have fucking fully automatic AK-47s? Just like they could just carry it in public?
It wouldn't bother me.
It wouldn't bother
And-
you. So you're just walking on
No.
the street with your family, and a guy is just walking, carrying an AK-47 while you're walking to get a coffee, right? Or a matcha,
Okay.
right? And it is the case that you just like have to walk past a guy fucking carrying a loaded AK-47.
Okay. I'll just tell you about my honeymoon. We went to Mexico. I was on the beach tanning, and people just walked by. They were obviously soldiers with those type of guns, and it didn't bother me. So you're obviously gonna say that I'm crazy and weird, but I'm like, what You see, you want to assume that everyone that would carry those would have an intent to harm. Is that why?
I
Or
just think
what
it's
makes you so scared of
unhinged.
them?
I think it's unhinged that I would have to. By the way, soldiers versus pedestrian is also a difference. It's like saying police officers have guns, therefore we have to also be able to open carry guns or whatever.
I
Those
mean,
are soldiers.
that's
but like,
that's
like
part of
let's
the
talk about it.
Second
Let's talk.
Amendment,
Let's
isn't
talk
it,
about it this
to
way. Let's
protect
talk.
us?
You don't need an RPG to protect yourself.
If a foreign
You don't need a fully
country-
auto. What
Time
do
out,
you
time
mean
out.
a foreign country? What are you talking about? Who do you think's
Well,
going to invade
we
the
gotta
United
talk
States?
about hypotheticals, don't we?
Who's invading the United States?
So you assume no one will ever invade the United States?
They can't.
Why?
Because it is geographical reasons. It is the case that we have a Navy, Air Force. We have the largest military in the history of the world. By far.
Okay.
It's not even close.
Okay. I don't think it's a farce. So I think we can be.
So you think you need an AK-47 because you think a country is going to invade us?
No, before you put too many words, I'm saying it doesn't say foreign and domestic. The whole principle of that amendment, if I'm correct, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you probably will, was when the British. I mean, the reason they put it is because the British tried to take all the arms. Correct. That's why it was placed in there, and they felt unnecessary to bear arms.
Let me just see how far he goes. Do you think people should legally be able to buy nuclear weapons?
No.
Why not? That's the Second Amendment, bro. Right to bear arms.
Sure. I
Yeah,
don't believe they should have nuclear weapons.
Why not? So Elon Musk shouldn't be able to buy a nuke?
No.
Why not?
I just don't think they should.
Why not? That's a violation. So you want to violate the Second Amendment? Like you're coming
Nope.
after people's Second Amendment rights?
Nope.
What do you mean? So that's not a violation of the Second Amendment? I thought that's an arm.
I believe
nuclear
there's
arms.
laws-
Nuclear arms are definitely an arm.
I believe there's laws against the uranium and the nuclear.
Yeah, but like that those laws are in violation of the Second Amendment under your view, right?
Sure. I mean, if you're taking a weapon, I'm just, and I know you're
Yeah,
taking
you
it to the
said you
extreme
said that
and
that's
carefully
you said that you don't want to
but
violate the Second Amendment, and you said that
Again,
any gun control or any armament
gun-
control
no, I said gun
or
control.
restrictions.
You said arm control. I
Dude, you
said gun
said people
control.
should be able to open carry RPGs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That-
So
I'm-
then
I'm
why?
saying I
So
said I
then why
wouldn't care.
shouldn't Elon Musk be able to open carry a nuclear fucking weapon?
I don't think they're the same degree at all. And a gun and that, and obviously.
Okay.
you
So
must.
are you saying
So-
maybe
so
a nuclear weapon isn't necessary to defend yourself?
I don't know. I'm gonna say you don't need a nuclear weapon to defend yourself. Correct. And you're talking nuclear is different than what I would say the RPG or the AK-47. Now, do I think it'd be ridiculous someone walking down with a grenade launcher? Yes, I think that's ridiculous. Obviously, I don't own any guns. Obviously, I am not a gun connoisseur.
He wouldn't.
I'm
He
not-
wouldn't even be phased. A guy walked past him with an RPG. He wouldn't even be phased.
I wouldn't. And so I sound crazy to you.
Yes,
And that's
bro.
fine. And that's
Yes, dude. You sound nuts. So okay. So should someone be able to walk into a public school with an RPG?
no.
Why not?
Because I actually believe in the there is a protection in the children. So
Wait, how is just holding an RPG a threat to children under your view? Under your view.
So, how would I explain it? Because I know you're just gonna go after me, but
In a debate, I would debate.
yeah, very good. You're very
That's
good.
nuts.
Yeah, just like me. it'd be like, even in schools, I don't believe there should be knives.
Okay. So you know that children are in public too, right? They're not just in school. So like you think that again, you had no issue with a guy with an RPG walking past you and your kids, right? Just on the street. So then why can't they do that in the fucking public school system? They can just walk into school with an RPG, right?
Yep. So you're saying they shouldn't
Walk into
so,
kindergarten class with an RPG loaded, and he thinks it's
So do
legal.
you think-
open carry?
Okay, so I mean, you took it to that extreme. I get it. But so you're saying no one should have a gun.
I never said no one should have a gun. No, but I believe in a right to self.
But by your principle, and you're taking it to the extreme of the RPG, then no one should have a gun at all.
So I think there's a right to self-defense in relation to the context of getting access to a guns. I just don't think that, like, for example, certain types of guns or armaments are necessary to be able to defend yourself. Does that make sense?
It makes sense what you're saying to defend yourself, and I get that. And again, I don't walk in fear. I'm not worried about my neighbor. I'm not that. I don't own a gun. I don't carry a gun. I've had no desire to. I've never even fired a gun.
Yeah,
And
I don't understand why you'd be so comfortable just like walking right next to someone with your kids and they have an RPG loaded. You know what I mean? I really cannot fathom that you actually think that. I don't think that you actually believe that. There's no way. I can't even fathom it. I genuinely can't.
And I can't understand why you can't.
Really?
I mean, people walk around all the time with guns. I'm sorry. A gun
Really?
could
I mean, when in your life has someone just, open carried an RPG, dude?
No one.
Exactly.
I don't know anyone that has one.
Well, it never has happened before, right?
Right.
Okay, so
I
why
don't
are you
get what
acting
you're
like
saying.
it's so normal?
You asked if I would be worried, and I said no. If I would have any feeling towards that, and I would say no if someone was walking around. To be honest with you, I looked it up just to see what they look like. And I'd be like, why would that dude want to carry that around?
Protection. A tank
From
can
what?
possibly pull up.
Oh, a tank could possibly pull up. Okay, so I'm saying
if he gets 5 stars, he's got to be able to shoot down the helicopters, right?
I understand. Or the Chinese weather balloon that crossed over. I'm just saying. So you went to the ridiculous, which is fine. RGP is ridiculous, and I'm fine.
Bro. Come on,
I'm
bro.
fine with you going to that. But then you can't accept my ridiculous answer because I think it is highly unlikely that anyone's going to carry around a RPG.
Yeah, dude, I think it's ridiculous for anyone to
Right.
carry around an RPG. Okay,
I would think it's ridiculous.
I don't think it should be legal for people to open carry RPGs. The point of me asking this question is to show the ridiculous absurdities that you're going to have to believe in if you don't believe in basic and common sense gun control regulations. You know what I mean? Like, we don't live in GTA, right? I don't think you should just be able to go to Ammunition and buy a fucking RPG, an AK-47 that's automatic. I think that's fucking insane. Okay, I don't want to live in GTA in real life. That's crazy. Okay, I don't think you should just be able to open carry that. Right? That's nuts. Okay, again, this is not GTA.
So I want you to define, and because first off, do you believe in the right to bear arms and carry arms? Because that's that question. Else my next question is pointless.
Do I believe in the right to carry arms? Like, again, I believe in a right to self-defense.
That's not answering the question.
Yeah, so I mean, I believe in some access to guns. I just don't
I
think
mean,
that
I could
certain
use
guns are
nunchucks for
necessary to
self-defense.
defend yourselves.
Right. Okay.
I think there's an argument for needing like a pistol, right, or like a shotgun. But that's it. That's all I could see. That's all I could see. Like, I don't see much further than that, to be honest.
Until a situation would arise, right? That then if a situation arises, and as you could go as far as saying the RPG, which I think was ridiculous, and that's fine. But then you gave me the claim that it's ridiculous that a foreign country could attack.
Yeah,
But-
I think it'd be ridiculous for our country to be invaded by another one. I
No,
don't think,
basically what I'm saying.
I don't
okay.
think that you need an AK-47 automatic, right? I don't think that there's going to be like a military dropping in on your house any point in your life.
But
right,
if
you
it
live in the
did,
United States.
if it
Like,
did,
actually, I take that back. Trump fucking declared war on the country. Holy shit, yeah, Trump literally declared war. So, it's not going to be
Okay.
another country. It's going to be our own fucking country invading us. You know what?
and so we won't.
You might have a point there. The Trump administration
Okay.
has literally fucking advocated for invading United States cities.
Okay, so we will never be attacked. If I take Parker's word at it, we'll never be attacked.
Not by a foreign country.
But by whom? Because you
Our
obviously
own
left
president.
room there.
Our own president.
What? Okay. So would you count 9/11 as an attack on our country?
Yeah. I don't think that was an invasion.
I said an attack.
I never said that there wouldn't be attacks. I didn't mean to say that.
Okay. But what I'm getting at is before 9/11, okay, we'll just take, and this is, again, just so stupid. Would you ever assume that 9/11 would have happened?
I mean,
I
yeah,
would have.
you could have thought that could happen. I mean, I didn't live prior to 9/11, so I mean, obviously I can't make that determination.
Are you that young? You didn't. You weren't.
I was born in 2002.
Oh, man, I'm an old fart. I would have never thought 9/11 would have happened. All my growing up, through the years, through all that.
I get it, but like I think that's a very long way from being invaded. And also, like, again, an AK-47 wouldn't help you there.
In that situation, but I'm saying there could be other situations. I'm just saying.
Such as,
I don't
like,
know.
What situation do you think you're gonna be in where you're gonna need an AK-47, bro?
I don't know. I don't think I need an AK-47. That's why I don't own any guns. But what I'm saying is, I'm okay. And here's the thing I would tell people.
Wait,
and
if you concede that you don't need an AK-47, then that was all my point. Also,
But what I'm saying is,
let's get back to the broader point. Trump called
I
for
know,
the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Okay, so it's not just the Second Amendment; it's all the other different constitutionally protected rights.
and so we're gonna talk about the speech one because you like to go to the one where he said media can't talk bad about him, right?
I mean, that's actually, you probably were watching Dean's stream.
Okay. Well, you guys were on at the same time, and so I was, and you were on with him, and so I can't remember how it goes. But at the same time, if I'm correct, and you can correct me, of course, I love when you do this. Slander is illegal.
I mean, like, I think it's very vague. Like, what do you mean by slander? Like, are you using it in a colloquial sense?
I'm using it as you can get sued for slandering someone.
Yeah, sure, you can. I mean, it depends on the context. You have to, like, prove harms and prove how it impacted your life. So not just, like,
Right.
any type of slander.
Right, but I'm saying it is illegal. And so if that's
And the colloquial
case-
usage of the term slander, I can slander Donald Trump and I'm not going to get sued.
Right.
Because he's the president. That's how it works. Like, the same thing is true for any other president, right? You can technically slander them under the law.
I guess I don't know that for sure. So the president can't sue for slander? And
At least
not
not to my knowledge, that they can't sue in the same type of way. It's a lot harder to prove that it that it met the standard of slander. I'm pretty sure.
What I'm saying, and I think, and I can't speak for Trump, and again, I think you're saying we start saying things about people that aren't necessarily true, and so like if I just hypothetically, let's say I wanted to do an attack on Parker, and I came up with a bunch of whatevers, and we can go deeper just with the last guy you're talking about, talking to, and that stuff wasn't true, and it hurts your live stream, which I'm assuming this is your job, right? You debate people.
Yeah, it's my job.
And it became cost effective that you were losing money but I was just basically slandering you, and that you could sue me, right?
Yeah, if someone were lying about me and it affected my reputation in such a way in which it limited my ability to do my job, then technically,
Right.
yes, I could sue for that. Yeah.
So, and I could be wrong here, but I think that's a little bit of what Trump was saying is you guys got to stop slandering. Now, again, I don't
What
want to
slander
defend.
did I engage in?
You
You-
didn't.
you-
You didn't. You
Yeah.
did. I'm saying when he came against the media, I'm thinking that's what he was saying.
Sure. So let's address this. He said that media
Okay.
organizations. He thinks some media organizations should be illegal. He said that he thinks that TikTok should be 100% MAGA. If he could, he would make it 100% MAGA. Right? Like he obviously has shown his support of being anti-free speech. He literally passed an executive order putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
I don't think he is getting rid of free speech.
Those are
Obviously,
all
I mean,
examples. I can also
I'm
show
just
you
saying
how a
you're
court.
still talking. I'm still talking, and
Yeah,
we
so-
can say whatever we want.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we have free speech in everyone in the country. So some people's free speech rights have been gone after. That doesn't mean that mine couldn't get. Like there is a reality that Donald Trump could go after me. Like that's actually a reality. He's talked about it. He's talked about making MAGA 100, or TikTok 100% MAGA. Okay, that's actively talking about removing my ability to make this stream possible. If it's 100% MAGA, that means no Parker. Okay. Because I'm not MAGA.
And I'm assuming, just because of where we're at, you don't believe that happened on any other platform of algorithms and all that.
What? Say
Where
that?
you don't believe in it, like, let's take Facebook, because I know they were up there for a while, that they were filtering the algorithms on information you would receive. Just
Yeah,
like
they're a private company, they get to do that.
well, isn't TikTok private? I guess I don't know. TikTok
Yeah,
public?
yeah, but I'm saying that Trump having any type of enforcement over what the private company does could lead to like us having restricted access of being able to say what we want. He said he wants TikTok to be 100% MAGA, and that if he could, he would make it 100% MAGA. That means no Parker on TikTok.
Okay, so if I would ask you, how great would it be if TikTok was all anti-Trump?
I mean, I would prefer that. Yeah, sure.
Right,
Like,
and just like
to-
Trump would prefer that it would be all Magna. I mean, that's obvious. We all want our point of views. The reality is, I wish I don't
But
even
the way
know how you got
that
in my algorithm.
think about it this way: the way that I want to achieve that is not by the use of the government, but it's by convincing people. Does that make sense? I don't want a platform, right, specifically that is just going to force that. I want to change people's minds. Okay?
I agree, and so I would have to hear the clip or whatever source you're citing on Trump saying that because did he say I want to make an executive order? And please, let's not get on executive orders because they need to stop on all
He
sides.
did pass an executive order to put people
Make TikTok
in
MAGA?
prison for a year for burning the American flag. No, he talked about this. He said that he wants
Okay.
he said if he could, he would make TikTok 100% MAGA.
And we make a lot of statements like that. If I could, I would have $1 million. If I could, I wouldn't see certain things. So what I
He
want to say
means
is
from
infringement.
a
So
legal perspective.
he said from a legal perspective.
Yeah, that's
I guess
the,
I
that's
haven't
the
heard it.
context.
So
That's the context of what he was talking about. Yes,
So where is that?
that you just look up and watch the clip of him saying this if you'd like.
Yeah. You know how many clips there are of Trump?
Yeah, all you have to do is look up Trump 100% MAGA TikTok. That's it.
Okay, I will look that up. You're actually a pleasure to talk to. I'm gonna look more into the environmental stuff too, so I have more facts. But it's 10:19 where I gotta go. I gotta kiss my kids goodbye, good night. And so I want to go. I want to look this up. I hope I can catch you on if you can remember my name, because I do
typically
want
I only have people up once typically. Just letting you know.
Oh,
So yeah, it's like
that's
one
cool.
of my. If
That's
you look
cool.
at my criteria, one of them is
I see it now. One time only.
Yeah. So I do appreciate you coming out. I hope you critically think about this conversation. You can watch it back on
Yep.
YouTube just to like, go through it again, and like maybe I can change your mind that way. I'm always trying to change like your mind for the better. So
I agree. I'm gonna actually look into environmental stuff. And just so you know, I will when you pray to Jesus, then we'll talk more differently.
okay, we'll see.
You've been fun, Parker.
Appreciate you coming out. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For first, am lawyer. There's a qualified privilege regarding public figures. New York Times v. Sullivan. He can't sue and it's not illegal. That makes sense. Thank you, Jennifer. I really appreciate the information. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $5. Thank you. If I would get the Epstein files released. Seriously. If I could. Yeah, absolutely. Josh, thank you for the $5. Thank you. John, thank you for the $5. Marin, thank you for the $5 for the RPG fund. That's crazy. John, thank you for the $5. Libby with the $10. Thank you. Rochelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mort, thank you so much for the $6.66. Monique, thank you for the $2. Josh, thank you for the $2. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Sage, thank you for the $5. Libby with the $10. Josh, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much, Yehoshua. Thank you. Josh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. And Monique, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Thank you for the hand art as well, by the way. Thank you. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I believe in common sense gun reform is a good thing to start with, especially. Sammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Angel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Sasha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kaylee, thank you for the $1. I'll have to try and see if I can find you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. We have about another hour at least left on the stream, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes if you're on YouTube. I would really, 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 really appreciate it, everybody, if you hit that like button on YouTube. How many likes are we at on YouTube, everybody? Tom, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I think we have 1,500. Let's try to get to 3,000, everybody. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 48 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why so?
I think that he's done a great job at the border. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Do we want to talk about border? That last guy went so long. Like, you guys covered so many topics. I'd be happy to talk about whatever topic you want to talk about. I know you get border all the time.
Oh, I'm down to talk about the border. So what about the border specifically?
I just really like the fact that the laws are being enforced down there. Like, we're finally enabling our border patrol to stop crossings.
Okay. So you agree with the laws being enforced. You don't think that we should live in a country without the rule of law, right?
What do you mean without the rule of law? No, I believe in the rule of law. I think that enforcing the law is important. Yeah, I think enforcing the law is important.
The law is important. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
few things here. So
yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I can give multiple examples of how Donald Trump's undermining the law. Hey, he's deporting people without due process to a greater extent. 2, he just extrajudicially, without due process, murdered.
Wait. Do you want to go? Wait, do you want to go one at a time, or
sure?
Do you want a list, or do you want to go one at a time?
Go ahead. Respond.
No. Deporting people without due process. Yeah, I totally get it. Like, there's been a couple of people that have been deported without due process, probably because of the mass deportations that are super necessary in our country right now. Like there have been some people that met the news, right? But it takes a deep dive to find people who are not on the mass list.
So they've
Like,
changed the general approach. It's not just a couple of people. They changed the general approach where people aren't going in front of a judge. Right? So that's
no. And hold on. Everybody who's been deported under this have a deportation order. Now, granted, that everybody who's been deported have a deportation order, even from Biden, but it may not be as
That's not true.
simple. No, 100%. There
Can
is
you give me a
not
source?
anybody who's been deported without a deportation order. Not one person.
Wait, but
and
deportation order
please,
from the
Parker, tell me.
Trump admin, right?
No, not from Trump. Not necessarily. It could have been from Biden. Give me one example of anybody who's been deported that did not already have a deportation order. There is not anybody who's been kicked out of our
I want
country.
I want you to give me a source saying that it's applicable in all cases. You said.
No, I'm not. No. You give me a source that says that ICE has removed anybody from this country that shouldn't have been, that didn't already have a deportation order. You come on here smug with your ideas that that the Trump administration is abusing people. They're not abusing people. They are removing
They
people
are.
from this country that have deportation orders. Seriously, there's not one person that's been removed from this country that didn't have a deportation order.
That doesn't mean that they were given due
And
process.
even if
by
they
the
took
way.
them to a
that does not
hold
mean that
on.
they were given due process. Right?
No,
Do you know what due process is?
I do know what due process is. I do know what due process is. If you're given a deportation order, you should be removed from this country. Do you not believe that? Wait. Do you not
hold up.
believe that if you've been asked to leave, that you should leave?
No, I don't think that they should leave because they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. In that context, they should be given a pathway to citizenship. And if you have committed a crime in the context, can I please finish? If you have
Yes,
committed a
of
crime
course.
in the context of the United States, you get due process. That is the Constitution, and due process includes you going in front of a judge. Trump is not including, putting people in front of a judge, right?
Wait. No, there's not one person that's not got a deportation order that's
You
been
keep
removed
saying
from
that.
this country. What are you talking about, Parker?
Did Kilmar Abrego Garcia get a deportation order?
He did. He not only did he get a deportation order, he was convicted of crimes. Now, granted, he was deported
Trump was
to the
convicted
wrong
of
country.
crimes.
Yeah, I totally
So
understand.
the subject of removal was not. This was a.
Wait.
There was a withholding of removal.
I get that he went to. They removed him to the wrong country. I totally understand.
Yeah,
that.
that's without
But
due process.
I
as
didn't
well.
understand why the fight for bringing him back was so relevant.
Because he got literally tortured in a concentration camp in El Salvador.
Tortured.
Yes, he got tortured.
Yeah. I don't have any evidence of that. I don't have any knowledge of that. But yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
did you see the condition of his health when he got back?
I did not. I'm sorry. I'm not.
How about you
educated
look
on
into that before you claim that? Now, in terms of this in general,
I didn't claim that he didn't. Wait, Parker, stop. You got to stop doing this to people, man.
What,
Like, I
speaking?
didn't.
You cut me off.
No. Come on, man. I didn't claim that he wasn't tortured. I said I didn't know that he was tortured, and then you said you should look into that before you claim that. I didn't claim anything. I said I didn't know. Like, I'm sorry that you. I'm sorry if he was. I'm sorry if I cut you off, but like we got to stop with this over talking bullshit that you do. You are you're presenting yourself as somebody who's an expert in this field, and man, oh man, you're not without ChatGPT. You're not, and I know you.
You're such a little
you're not
snowflake.
using
It's so funny.
ChatGPT.
It's so funny.
That
You have to say
but
I'm
you're
using. You have to
looking
say
over
I'm
at your-
using AI. He has to say I'm using AI because he gets fucking dunked on in these conversations. You know what? You
I
say that
didn't
I'm.
get dunked
You say
on,
you
brother.
say that.
I
You
didn't
say
get
that I'm
knocked down,
smug,
brother.
but the only reason I'm going to do that is to rage bait you at this point. I don't typically do that with people. Now, in terms of being quote unquote
not gonna-
smug,
I
it's not
guarantee I won't
smug
be
for me to
rage
say that
baited.
I'm right in a situation in which I'm right.
Please keep
And I'm
me
sorry.
on as
And I'm
long as
sorry.
you kept on that last
Would
guy.
you like to? Would you like to
Please
stop
keep
cutting me
on
off?
as long as you kept on
Are
that
you going to
last
keep
guy.
cutting me off?
No, no. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, you said you're gonna rage bait me.
That's all you heard?
You said I call you smug, but I don't listen to what you say. Like I'm here. I'm here. Go ahead, talk, Parker. Go
I
ahead.
was saying
It's all you.
it's not smug for me to acknowledge that I'm right in a perspective in a situation that I'm right on, and it's not smug for me to specifically debate you. Like that's ridiculous for you just to consider that as smug. Can you name something that you considered to say that I was engaging in something that was smug prior to the point in which you said that I was smug?
I'm sorry. I've been watching you for about an hour, and I was watching you with that last guy that was on, and I felt that you were a bit smug.
In what way?
That's the I don't know. I felt like you were taking advantage of him because he wasn't well studied. He wasn't well versed, and you kept dragging him down these narratives. I mean, you even took him down religion. You took him down to Noah's Ark. Like I'm like, what are we doing, Parker? Why are you baiting people on their faith? There's a bunch of people that are calling up your show to have a great conversation
This is not just
about
his faith. He
politics.
literally believes in young Earth creationism, meaning he thinks the Earth was 6,000 to 7,000 years old. Okay, that is me
Yeah.
responding to his anti-science beliefs, which inform why he thinks that Donald Trump is okay to support, even though he's radically anti-science. Okay, Donald Trump is radically
I
anti-science,
understand, but
and that was the conversation we were having about that. Do you also support Donald Trump being
you're
anti-science?
I mean, I don't support him being anti-science. Like, here's like I don't, as a Donald Trump supporter or as a Republican, the day that he said we should drink bleach, I was like, come on,
That's,
man.
I
Like,
mean, he talked about using
Yeah.
disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. That's what he said.
I understand. I understand where you're coming from there. I don't claim that the guy's the brightest light or what I don't even know what the phrase is. The brightest. What's that? What I don't know what the term is. The brightest something in the whatever. But I will say this that he backs policies that are making a difference in America. Like and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. The fact that he's sending in National Guard to these cities, and I get everybody says like he's declaring war on the United States,
No,
but
he said it
to
himself.
send in security forces to protect federal buildings or to just be security on site. There's not been a National Guard member that has conducted an arrest in any of these situations. Like the National Guard isn't going out there and arresting people. They're just a presence
Okay,
to
then
to
here's my
keep the
question.
crime down.
If the National Guard isn't arresting anyone, then why is Donald Trump claiming they are?
He never said that the National Guard was arresting
Really?
anybody.
Really, that's what Donald Trump
When,
explicitly was saying. He's saying that they were going in and they were cleaning, quote unquote, cleaning everything up, getting rid of the crime.
come on, man. Yeah, they are cleaning things up, getting rid of the crime. They're not arresting
So,
anybody.
okay, so
I'm in
how are they doing
Philadelphia
that
today.
without arresting
I live in
anybody?
I live in Denver, Colorado, and
So they're
I'm
not
in
enforcing the law.
Philadelphia.
So to clarify, they're not enforcing
Yeah,
the law.
they may be enforcing the law
How are they enforcing
by
the law?
being present. By being
That's
present,
not enforcing a law, just being present.
100%.
So
it can be.
didn't Donald Trump
Wait,
authorize full
Park,
force?
Park. No,
Yes, he did.
100%. He did not authorize full force.
You want me to give you the tweet?
Do you want full force of the National Guard would mean something totally different than what we're experiencing in America today, Parker. Like I'm in Philadelphia today. I traveled out here from Denver. Denver's a shit show, but I'm in Philadelphia and there's literally human feces all over the streets. It's disgusting here. I walked down to the Liberty Bell.
You said
Park,
wait. You said where? Where do you live?
Denver.
Denver? What, dude?
Yeah.
By the way, I've been to Denver. I know people that live
Denver's
in Colorado.
great.
What are you talking about?
I said Denver's great. I'm in Philadelphia today. Did you hear me? I'm sorry. I see
No,
it.
I asked you. Okay, I meant to ask where you were. That's what I meant to ask.
Oh no, I'm in Philadelphia today.
Yeah, I was like Liberty Bell in
Yeah. No, I'm in Philadelphia today, and I walked down to the Liberty Park today, and I'm
yeah, and
telling
I
you,
also
it's
know
a
people from Philly. I don't
freaking
know what you're
mess.
talking about.
You know,
You're
I'm just
if you're trying
saying.
to if you're trying to prescribe like literally the entire of Philly to be that way is disgusting. Like it's actually gross that you're trying to define that.
I don't know. I'm just staying downtown, and I went for a walk today, and it's disgusting. It's gross. Like we need to clean up. We need to clean up the U.S., brother. It's bad. It's bad.
How about
Where
this?
do
How
you?
how about you provide services for people who need it?
Oh, I do. I do. We have
Really,
a
really,
family
because
foundation.
Trump supporters advocate for policies that literally strip access to these different types of social programs
Oh,
that people
I'm
rely
totally
on.
with you. Oh my gosh, man, I'm totally with you. I am so into this idea that like we can't complain about homelessness without providing services to get people off of the streets. Like we've got to invest in this. There is so much federal funding that is going to inappropriate places that should be going to housing the homeless.
Exactly,
I'm
like
so
Donald
with
Trump
you.
spending $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips. You know what I mean? Like it's absolutely atrocious what we're spending our
Yeah,
governmental money on.
I think you're focusing on some of the wrong things. I think that so let's talk about the government. You want to talk about the government shutdown at all?
Go ahead,
Do you,
yeah.
I don't
I
know.
also wanted to give you a title for a Politico article. It says Trump says he's authorizing military to use full force in Portland.
Where did you get that?
The True Social.
Where'd you get that? And he said full force.
Yes, quote unquote full force.
What a dick. Like full force, like that means like military style force. And I think that's a dick move. Parker, I agree with you on that. Look, no, can I turn on my video? I don't know how to do that because I would give you that full face eye contact too.
I'm sorry. Like, okay, so then like what? So then obviously you don't support the guy that literally is authorizing full force.
No. Come on. No, it doesn't come down to that. Have you watched Star Wars?
Yes.
Only the Sith think on absolutes, right? Only the Sith. think on
Only the Sith deal in
absolutes.
absolutes. I'm sorry. There are some things. There are some things that you absolutely have to be against. Are you?
No. I.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
there
Go
are
ahead,
some
sir.
absolutes that you deal with, right? Like there's truth and false, right? There's the truth.
But it doesn't. I mean, in government, it can't come down to that, brother. It can't come down to that. Like think of
It can't come down to truth and false.
no, not in government. Think about it. Like think about if we were still in. I don't want to do this because I know that we're gonna get in a. Think if Kamala would have won. Did you vote for Kamala? I don't know. Parker, I just found you the other day.
Yes, I
you
did vote for Kamala Harris. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So if Kamala would have won, I feel like we would have been in the same situation that we've been in for the past 4 years, where we just don't do much. We're a very passive government. Now that doesn't mean that I don't. That doesn't mean that I support Donald Trump in everything he does, but like I want to say within the first 6 months, he negotiated like the return of 6 captives. I think it's 6 people that were being held captive abroad that were being passively ignored by the previous administration. And I'm like,
Not true.
why aren't you going out?
Wrong.
No, wait, don't
To say that
don't
they were
say
being
not
ignored
true.
is crazy. That's actually nuts. Secondly, If you want to, if you want to
They
talk
weren't
about,
being aggressively pursued. How did they get? How did all 6 of those captives get released within the first 6 months of Donald Trump's presidency? And maybe it wasn't passive, but I don't know if it was aggressive. Maybe we can call it medium.
yeah, do you want me to give you an article on Biden's record in terms of the amount of hostages freed? According to the Washington Post, there were
How many did
78.
he? How many did he get freed?
Right here, I see specifically 78 hostages.
Are we counting the Hamas ones?
Can you just go to the Washington Post and read it?
Yeah, I can. Give me. Are you able to drop me a link or no? No, never mind. I'll find it.
I can just tell you the title. The title is specifically. Hold up. How many Hamas took 251 hostages from Israel into Gaza? Where are they?
Yeah, so he's counting the Hamas ones. Okay. Give me your link. I'm ready.
Yeah, we're talking about ones held by Hamas. I can't give you the link. I just told you the title.
Oh, I thought you were going to read me the link. It's okay. We don't have to go down that road.
Yeah, I told you the title. All you have to do is look up the title.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 48 years old. I told you. I don't know.
I'm sorry. 48-year-olds can't look up titles of articles.
No, I
Come on,
can,
bro.
but like usually I'm used to like clicking something that my daughter sends me. What'd you call it? Don't roll your eyes at me, fucker.
I'm sorry. Your daughter would roll. Your daughter listened to that and also rolled her eyes.
Yeah, she did.
The title is Hamas took 251 hostages from Israel into Gaza. Where are they? And also, this is also not even recognizing how many other hostages we would talk about in other conflicts, right? Especially if we're going to talk about, for example, in the context of Russia and Ukraine. Like, you understand that Trump specifically, because he got rid of the funding for Ukraine, that led to Ukraine being in a significantly worse position, and there being more hostages taken specifically by Russia.
What do you think about like the recent events of Donald Trump negotiating a deal with Hamas? I mean, do we hope to end wars?
Oh yes, I hope that there is an end. I hope that there is like something that addresses the concerns.
Then
do I 100% believe and trust Trump? Definitely not. But does it look like it possibly is leading towards there being peace to a greater extent? Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, I like that. What I didn't ever feel that under Biden. I didn't feel like he was going to do anything about it. Did you?
Well, there were specifically conditions for for Joe Biden, like doing a ceasefire that was already existed prior that Donald Trump actually undermined originally.
He never made it happen. Like he never made it happen. He never even established a presence.
What do you mean?
Like he didn't go try to negotiate anything. There was never a negotiation from Biden.
What are you talking? That's not true. Yes, there was.
When?
There were
and like right now, it's so public. Like the negotiations for a ceasefire is so public. There was never a ceasefire negotiated by.
Yes,
Joe
there
Biden.
was.
Why can't
there was.
Why can't
there,
they talk to? Why, can I?
I'm
turn on
sorry.
the camera?
You need to do your research. I can send you multiple articles from AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters that specifically address those. Like you understand that Biden throughout his presidency did, right? I can point to that. Like I mean,
that's
obvious. That was widely reported on.
It was. Yeah. It. I don't know. It wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't common knowledge. That's for sure. Because.
Yeah, just because it wasn't common knowledge to people doesn't mean it isn't true. Now, again, in terms of this, I don't see how this is, again, something you would want to address. I need to fully be able to address this. Let me please do that real quick. So you said that the Biden-Harris administration didn't do too much. I can point to countless things that they did do. They passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Right, those are all policies that specifically positively impacted the working class Americans of this country.
What do those? Wait. What do those mean to you? What do those mean to you?
What do you mean?
What do any of those acts, Parker, mean to you? Your dad's a doctor, right? Did you say your dad's a doctor?
Yeah. Why is that relevant?
Did you say your mom's a nurse?
Yeah. Why is that relevant?
Did,
Was
does any of this stuff impact? Like, are you feeling anything?
just
Are
because
you
it doesn't.
feeling
Wait. I'm
any
sorry. I'm sorry.
politically?
I'm sorry. Just because it doesn't.
Politically, no, no, Parker. Listen,
Wait.
politically,
Can I please respond?
are you feeling anything? Do you live in
Is
California?
he just gonna keep asking the question over and over again? Yes, I do live in
No, no.
California.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I
Can I
nothing has
respond
reached
yet?
you, brother. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, I just because things don't impact me doesn't mean that I don't want things to be better for the country as a whole.
Yeah, but you don't really know. You don't really know
What?
what's bad for the country. No,
Yes, I
sir.
do.
No, you don't. You're inferring.
Wait,
You're
you
inferring.
understand? I have family members I care about. I have people in my life I care about that specifically are going to be negatively impacted and are negatively impacted right now under the context of
Calm,
the Trump administration.
and you need to calm down, buddy,
Calm.
because
I'm completely calm.
no, seriously, you are not impacted. I guarantee you, like you're gonna sit here for the next 3 years, and you're gonna continue to run this because there's a lot of people out there that you can benefit from. Like they're gonna drop you $4. They're gonna drop you $5. They're gonna support you as you're on here and you're talking about like how can you support Trump, and you're gonna sit there unimpacted, and I'm guessing anywhere between you got to be living between LA and San Diego. Yeah, you're somewhere on the coast, and you are not impacted by this at all. But you're going to come on here every day and you're going to generate fear, and you're going to have people jump onto your lives and drop you $5 with each comment. But it's not really impacting you, brother. It's and you're gonna continue to do it because there's a lot of people around the country that are feeling scared. They're feeling scared that Donald Trump. Yeah, I love the galaxy too. There's a lot of people that are afraid that Donald Trump is in the presidency, and they're not going to be impacted either. But the more that people talk about it and the more that people fearmonger, the more problems we're going to have in this world, man. And I think that we need to spend more time coming together. And I wish that you would say, like, okay, where do we align? Like, instead of why do you support Trump at the top of your live, is like, how do we come together? Should be the headliner. But I get it. That doesn't get likes.
Okay, so I have a few things here. I think it's important for me to use the privilege that I have. You just apparently figured out what privilege is, that I'm not going to be impacted by it, which is exactly why I should use that position of privilege to be able to advocate for people specifically that would be disenfranchised by the system. And I do that because I have compassion and empathy for others, and I don't just look at the policies that are going to impact the nation on what's going to impact me specifically myself. And I look at it in terms of what's going to impact the country as a whole, because I care about the country as a whole, and I'm going to be fine either way.
I get that. You can keep talking. I was just agreeing with you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you just say this, I do this just to, like, quote unquote benefit from other people, but I did this for years without making anything, and you didn't see any of that. You see this because I've gotten, like, literally successful, right? I've gotten to a point where I'm successful, where I'm in front of thousands of people every single night, and you didn't see the countless hours that I put in where there was absolutely significantly less people here, where I still believed in the exact same thing. I still did the exact same thing. Because I believe in this, because I think that it changes people's minds. I think it makes a better country to get people to critically think and reason out. And having a conversation about why you support one side is very fundamental towards getting both sides together to actually engage in that conversation in the very first place. This leads to a significantly greater level of middle ground than if I just put on the background of my live, how do we come together? You understand that there also is a point of getting people to grasp their attention. right? To be able to get them into a space to engage in a certain dialogue. And if I just had a live that specifically said, right, like how do we unify the country? You know, it would significantly less people would come into the live. You understand that, right? That's just the reality of the world we live in.
I know.
Right? I would have never been able to build up to the spot.
Do you agree that's sad?
No, I don't. I think it. I don't.
Not
I
from
don't
your
think it is.
perspective.
I don't think it is because I understand that there's attention specifically towards certain things and towards other things, and we can utilize the attention targeted towards things like this specifically, right, in order to be able to do things such as bring us together and unify the country. We can't just have a conversation about just like how do we unify the country. That's not that long of a conversation, right? In the whole scheme of things, we got to have conversations about the things that we agree on in the very first place, in order to then have conversations about how we unify. The unify conversations are so like secondary and tertiary comparative to the primary conversation we're having on the live stream in terms of the disagreements we have. In politics, you talk about the disagreements, you debate on the things you have positions on that you agree upon, and that's how these different types of debates operate. And that's the reality of these different types of engagements. And you can also bring people together through the context of debates, and that does happen. But some level of division towards bad ideas is incredibly important. You need to be divisive against bad ideas. Right, but you unify with people within the context of a set of criteria that is acceptable, right?
Yeah, I like the way you think. You're very well spoken, by the way. I appreciate that. Like, you're very well educated. Did you go to school?
Yeah, I got a degree in economics.
Yeah, you're a very smart guy. I didn't. I got a GED and went into the workforce, and and so yeah, you're very well spoken. I will say this, that I don't think that the only way to alert people to the idea that there's another way is to enhance the division. I don't like enhancing the division. I like talking about how do we bring people together. I really fear a national divorce. I don't want a national divorce. Like, I don't want a civil war or a national divorce. I think it's I think it's a terrible thought. I think what we ought to do is really be focusing on, like, where do we align? And there's got to be, under this presidency, a place that we do align. Like, if we stand resistant, for the next 3 years, and we're just angry, and we show up on TikTok or YouTube and we say, why do you still support Trump? Like, why don't you support Trump? Should be the conversation. Not like, why do you still support Trump? Let's have an argument about it. And I get that you've built this brand around this, and I know that you ground it out. Like, you were grinding it out probably long before I ever happened upon you the other day, and you put a lot of work in. And I'm not saying that that's not noble. Like, there's a lot of people that look to you for guidance. And they look to you for education. And that's the number one thing, right? Like, education. Like, when you have people stumble upon your page, you want them to be educated, because you're bringing this set of knowledge to the table. But I also think that it's divisive in nature. Like, why do you support Trump? Hop on here and argue with me. He's our president. Like, and he's our president, and that's what it is. So how do we get our country to move forward, knowing that Donald Trump is our president? And yeah, he says dickish things. He says things that are extremely divisive. But as a people, how do we come together under that? And then maybe you can help people, because you have a huge platform. How do you help people come together under that to say, all right, and your local governments, how do we push this forward in a way that's meaningful? But no, you don't do that.
I'm talking from the national standpoint. Now, let me explain, and let me give you my perspective.
Yeah, I'm super happy.
The point that
I
I'm
hear you.
making
Go ahead.
is that if we do not support Donald Trump from a national perspective, we have greater levels of unity. There's less polarization. There's less hate towards both sides, right? The bigotry will be significantly less prevalent, specifically in terms of what's normalized within the context of politics. That's hatred that specifically divides people, that pushes people away from each other. If you want a society that creates, right, more unification, that leads to better conditions for people overall, we have to say no to people like Donald Trump. That's why I come up here and I have these conversations about the president of the United States, because he's incredibly divisive, because he promotes hate, because he promotes conditions in which pull the country apart from itself, right? Rather than pulling it together, right, towards conditions that are better for everyone as a whole. He advocates for policies that disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals at the benefit of the very rich and wealthy corporations, millionaires and billionaires of our systems that are already doing fantastic and great, right? I'm saying that I do this, right, for the benefit of people, to bring us all together. And I think that we can't actually come together and actually do that if we don't have conversations, if we don't engage with the people, okay? These types of spaces are important where we do disagree with each other, where we talk about our disagreements, where we can then come to conclusions based upon those disagreements in order for us to be able to feel heard, in order for us to be able to like actually engage with the other side, in order for us to compromise, in order for us to work together as a society. We have to talk to each other. We have to engage. And this is a platform to be able to do that, to be able to engage so that we can meaningfully talk together in a space that we're about politics on what would specifically be better for the country. And what I'm telling people is better for the country is ensuring that people have access to healthcare in this country, because 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance in this country. Where countries around the world have universal healthcare systems where they spend half as much per individual as we do here in the United States, and yet they have better average health outcomes. That's something that we could have in our country that we don't have right now. We could have a universal childcare system that ensures that, you know, parents aren't spending a huge portion of the income that they're bringing in order to be able to make sure that their children are taken care of while they're at work, right? I think that's wildly absurd. I think that's insane. And I don't think that working class people should have to live in a society where they are literally living paycheck to paycheck just to afford basic amenities such as childcare, healthcare, housing affordability, and the bare necessities to literally live and to ensure that their children have a prosperous life.
I couldn't,
that's what
I
I'm,
couldn't agree
that's what
more.
I'm
Do you
advocating
need
for.
to?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Parker. Take a break and honor these people while I pee, and I'm gonna come back and thank them. I'll be right back.
All right, for sure. All right, for sure. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Give me 1 second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everybody, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Tim, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And the $5. Thank you. Susan with the $20. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Susan in the comment section. Gabe, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Libby, thank you so much for the $20. Can we get some W's for Libby in the comment section as well? Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. W's for Libby. Rachel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Rachel. Can we get some W's for Rachel as well in the comment section right now? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. I'm so happy that people are out there protesting. That's so horrible that the conditions are so bad. They said elderly were hurt, and MAGA influencers embedded with the uniforms. MAGA in the crowd was trying to instigate. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tom, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. 9 lives. Thank you for the $3. Libby, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jennifer with it. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on the YouTube. Gloria, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Gloria in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Gloria. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been perfect to bring up. They specifically said Ernesto Manuel Andres is an 18-year-old from BGKY who has legal status through SIJ and was deported in June 2025. Literally, absolutely insane. Jojo, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm on TikTok on a different account tonight because I got banned on my main account and on my second account. So that's a bit unfortunate. That's why. Leslie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Leslie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate W's for Leslie. Thank you. Thank you so much. Linda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Linda. Ditya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. And for the kind message. Thank you so much. Angel, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. Nicola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.66. Thank you. Thank you. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section right now? I think I'm fully caught up, everybody. Steven, thank you for
Good
the
job.
$10, and Sarah, thank you for the 3.
Good job. Like, awesome, Parker. I appreciate that you got this much support. I think that's great. And I'm trying to keep up with like everybody keeps saying like Cody's wrong in your comments. So, anyway, hey Parker, I appreciate you taking the time with me tonight. I just want to make sure that as a country that we're unified around what we're for and not what we're against. I think if we could all focus on
But what
what
you're not
we're
understanding is
for.
what I'm for is against Donald Trump.
I know,
Because
but
I believe in the rule of law.
yeah,
I
but
bel-
what? But you can't say what I'm for is against. You got to say what I'm for is for this. Are you for, what are you for? Not what are you against? I know, Gail, that we're against Donald Trump. I get it.
Listen. The policies that I advocate for, Donald Trump disagrees with. So if the policies I advocate for, Donald Trump disagrees with, the policies I advocate for are against the policies of Donald Trump. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Have you looked at anything that he's for that you're for?
Operation Warp Speed, the AI deepfake thing, some of the aspects of the big beautiful bill, like the no tax on tips deduction, no tax on overtime deduction,
You do like
no tax
that,
on
no
Social Security
tax on
deduction.
tips.
They're not no tax on tips, no
What
tax
about
on
no
overtime.
tax on overtime? Are we
they're not,
aligned
so,
on
please
no
listen.
tax?
They're not no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. They're just deductions. So I think that Democrats would have supported those and gone further. And I think that the big beautiful bill overall is harmful, right? Very harmful. And I can give you explicit examples as to why. But are there aspects of it that I think that are okay? Sure.
Okay. That's great.
And also, I don't think I actually
know.
said
I don't
thank you
know.
to-
I don't think that
Hold
just
up.
talking about what
hold on,
we're. Go ahead, Parker. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
It's okay. I actually I didn't get to one Venmo because I actually like literally clicked on it and I what's it called? It was saying thank you to the other ones, and this one is absolutely W's in the comment section. Can we get some fucking W's in the comment section for Emily? Holy shit, Emily! You did. By the way, I saw your comment too. You did send it to the right spot. Can we get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now for the $250 on Venmo? That's fucking crazy.
Nice.
W's for Emily in the comment
awesome.
section right now. Thank you so much, Emily. W's for the $250
Good job, Emily.
on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Emily.
That's
That is
excellent.
unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is way too kind of you. Thank you so much for the kind message as well. Emily, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that you love what we're doing here. Thank you so much.
Just so you know, Parker, I'm W's for Emily too.
For sure. So do you, I guess you get my points and like how I see that, like how we're going to align and how what I'm doing here is meant to address those things, but it might not say it in the background. And just because it doesn't say it in the background doesn't mean that I'm not addressing that within the context of the work that I'm doing.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think it comes across a little light, you know? Like, I feel like I just in the context of the last caller, Parker, I feel like you've spent way too much time taking advantage of somebody that wasn't maybe well read or educated or and no offense
that can be
to the
that can
last-
be said about every single person that comes up on my live stream. But the point of that is to specifically educate people to a greater degree. I don't see how it's attacking. Again, there is no way that someone who specifically is ill-informed is going to change their perspectives without being shown access to new information. Right?
That's fair enough.
And when
That's
people
fair
bring up
enough, right?
absurd views, right, specifically that are like ill-informed, right, there are such absurd views that it's going to make me respond, right, in ways like, oh, that's fucking crazy, because it is. That's a reality. That's a human response, right? I'm not a perfect person. I'm not going to respond perfectly in every circumstance, but it is also completely reasonable for me to respond that way to absurd points. And now, is this specifically like would you consider this like harmful just because I talk to people that might specifically have less education? No, I think that's ridiculous. Otherwise, no one specifically that has more education than another person could ever have a debate with someone that specifically has less information. That would make no sense. Like, that's absurd.
I'm
right?
always surprised by the people who decide to debate with you. I'm like, what are you doing? what are you doing, brother? Like, why are you jumping in here and having a conversation with this guy that is obviously well more informed than you? Like, what are you doing?
Well, I just want to you know, a lot of people, they genuinely want to learn, which is a great thing. That's exactly what I want to push people to do. And some people that are coming up on live streams, they're doing it because they think that they're more informed than me. Right? They think that they're more informed than me, but they're actually not. And that's why I debate them on that. And I show them maybe that they might be wrong on that. And some people are going to come up with a live and they're not going to be convinced. They're not going to change their mind. But thousands of other people do.
That's why I hit request, because I thought you were a bully, but you're not. You're not a bully at all. You're just a well-informed guy. It's all right. You're not going to change my mind necessarily, but yeah. I'm glad we got this opportunity to talk, and I hope that there's somebody in the queue that's looking for a debate that either you can change their mind or they can change your mind. But it's been a pleasure tonight, Parker. I appreciate you taking the time.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I hope I can change your mind in the future. I hope you keep listening and trying to critically think. Thank you for coming up.
Not going to happen, brother.
Let's see.
Have a good night. Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We probably got like one more guest here for today, everyone. Just letting everyone know.
Hey,
probably like one more guest for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
One more, maybe two more. We'll see how I feel, chat. So you do support Donald Trump? And what's your birth year?
You said what?
What's your birth year?
2002.
And you said you're how old?
23.
Okay. What month?
June.
For sure. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Because he loves killing niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck
You're
Jews.
disgusting.
Fuck kites. Fuck niggers.
You're disgusting. What the fuck? Let's go to the next person. What a fucking disgusting piece of shit. Libby, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Libby. Let's go on the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Danon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. They said breaking judge rules. Trump can't send a CA guard to Oregon. And then Phoenix, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that is horrible, Phoenix. Oh my god, I'm so happy that they're okay. Phoenix, that's so amazing. I'm so happy that they're okay. Phoenix, thank you so much for checking in. That's amazing. Thank you, Phoenix. W for Phoenix in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. It really means a lot. Jennifer as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19. What's up?
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
If you could go back in time, or actually what month?
July.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, honestly.
Okay. Why so?
I mean, he's strong in immigration. He's good with the economy, good with foreign policy. You know, we can get into any subject you want. Like, I'd like to name a few subjects so that we can hop into those. But then
Pick whatever one you'd like.
I think immigration is good. I mean, if you look at the numbers, there's 0 immigrants coming in, and I think that's a really good thing.
You actually think that there's 0?
I mean, that's what the statistics say. If you're gonna say the statistics are lying, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I think that there is no good reason to believe that there's 0 people that were coming to the country undocumented. I think that's ridiculous to assume that there's 0 people. Obviously, I don't think you believe that yourself.
Well, not just undocumented, but the statistics say that there's 0 immigrants in total. Especially if you count the losses. No, I swear to God, I'm not. If you can look at the statistics, I can show you the
count
reports.
losses of what? You mean? So are you saying net immigration?
So yeah, like net immigration. So like let's say
That's
100
different.
people come
Wait, that's
through,
a
but
completely different point. Net immigration being 0 is not a good thing, by the way.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, if let's say 100 immigrants come through and he deports 100 immigrants, that means that they're like 0.
Everyone's spamming.
Authentically,
have you been on my live before?
I don't think so. Maybe one time.
Don't think so. Maybe one time. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you? So the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes before we end it for today. I think you have to close out of the chat to be able to like the stream. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. I think we have 1,900 likes here on YouTube. Everybody, keep hitting that thumbs up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Evil Dean is so good at getting on the stream. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable sometimes. Just too good. Too good at getting on the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
19. Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I'd definitely vote for Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2006.
And what month?
June.
Okay. And if you could, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's a good guy and he likes taking it up by Netanyahu. Give billions to Israel, you know.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I don't know why you kicked me. I was genuinely trying to have a debate. I've never
You've
been on
already
this
been
live
on the
before.
stream. You just said that you
No,
probably were. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's Cody again.
Did I kick you off already?
Oh no, you and I just had a great conversation, but I'm just watching you struggle to try to find somebody to debate with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
What do you want to talk about?
No,
Let's
I
debate a topic. You pick it.
I can find someone, Cody. Don't worry. I can find someone.
All right, get after it. All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You suck dick, bitch.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. How old are you? How old are you?
18.
Jesus. 15 years old. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2002.
He said 18, Chat? I thought he said 15. I mean, they can send a guest request back and I'll add them up. I apologize. So, how old are you, sorry?
I said I'm 23.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
I have horrible trust. I'm so sorry. Some people are saying it's the same troll. I don't know. I could be wrong. What was the person's name who said 18 when I thought they were 15? I forgot. Said they were born 2002. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alrighty. We're gonna try to get one debate here for the night, everyone. I'm trying to find one more person for tonight, everyone. Maybe we'll be able to find someone. Maybe not. Maybe we'll be able to get a debate. Maybe it might just be the end. Jasper? I'll look for Jasper. I don't see Jasper. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, bro? I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not for real, but I didn't vote.
Okay.
Last.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you could go back in time, vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request real quick if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, I'm going to try a few more people. If I can't find someone, I probably will just end it for tonight, to be honest. I'm going to try a few more people, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You can't get rid of me, Parker. Eek.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
1998, June 2nd.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd definitely vote for Trump again.
Same troll. I think it is. There's too many people saying it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sounds like they're driving. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, we're trying to get the next person up here. I might try 3-4 more people, If I can't get someone, I'll probably end it for tonight. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everybody. We can get to at least like maybe 2,500 by tonight, everyone. In terms of likes, I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump.
Nice. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I can't do it right now. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Donald Trump.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. I don't know. I might just call it, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I always keep on requesting your...
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. I'm going to try 2 more people. If I can't get it in the next 2 people, everybody, I'm going to get off for tonight. I'd really appreciate if you go over to YouTube, check out the videos that I posted and stuff. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Go like the stream on YouTube. That would mean the most to me, everybody. Okay. It is about time. It is about time. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month? You said 18?
January 26th. No, I said 20.
Sorry, I apologize. So, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Well, I'm really pro 2A and I'm against mass immigration.
Have you been on my stream before?
No.
No? Okay. So you're against mass immigration. So can you tell me one negative impact that mass immigration has on our economy?
It's bad for people with low skills, Americans with low skills, and even when we do amnesty for illegal immigrants, it actually affects new illegal immigrants coming over.
Okay. So so you're saying legal immigration is bad? Is that your view?
I think immigration on any mass scale is bad, legal or not.
Oh, okay. So you even think legal immigration is bad. So what is mass?
If it's on a mass scale.
What is a mass scale to you?
More than 1 million a year.
Okay. Why 1 million?
I mean, post.
Are you saying
like
at 999,000 per year, it would be okay for the economy, but after 1 million, it would be bad for the economy?
Sure. What I'm saying is that before we started doing these amnesty programs in the 80s, we only had around 260,000 people coming over every year, but now it's a lot more.
Okay, you've definitely been on my stream before. Both YouTube and TikTok is saying it, bro. Can you just admit it? Have we already had this conversation before?
Not this specific one, no.
Okay, well, unfortunate anyway. I'm going to get off, everybody. I'm going to get off. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really, really, really appreciate it. Tonight was a good night. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love everyone so much. I think I might be on early tomorrow. Like 9 a.m. or something like that. So like in 12 hours here, something like that. So we'll see. Tomorrow I should have my second account back here on TikTok. So tomorrow we should be on Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. And as always, we'll be on Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Love everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.